month in particular, we wanted to blend bird songs with aquatic creatures to kind of like imagine what kind of like emerging them and seeing like what would that be like if the ocean sounded like that to us, because we often don't hear, we are like physically unable to hear much of what's happening in the sound, so what's happening under the water. So yeah, we wanted to kind of like take that out of context and match it together.
Series of stepping stones where we try to find ways to create stepping stones towards the idea of which isn't represented because they stand up, data sets and models. They have no fine knowledge of different aquatic species. They don't know the various entities and so they're very much us focused. So for us it's been quite fascinating to see how can we stretch what's known, just like we can't imagine that doesn't exist. These neural networks have these models how to imagine something. Helping find ways to imagine this and visualize a different kind of stuff moving forward, so we're also able to recognize
and from there, I was very lucky that Michela actually introduced me to Robertina Shevjanic, who gave a talk here last year as well, and I was fascinated by the fact that there was another artist who was also really into jellyfish, really into like hearing what's happening underwater, and she was taking that to a level that I hadn't seen before. So it was great to like get in touch with her and start a collaboration. So this is a new project that we actually premiered a couple of weeks ago in Koper, Slovenia, and I'm sure Robertina will share a bit more about it, but what we did here is kind of like merge our ways of exploring and also working artistically, and seeing how we could take that to bring awareness of sea clam called Pinna nobilis, which is a rather large kind of clam that lives in the Mediterranean, which is becoming extinct slowly. It's endangered, and there's mycobacteria that is attacking it. So there are some conservation efforts at the moment trying to preserve some of the populations. And what I liked a lot is that with Robertina we had this interesting conversation about how Pinna nobilis doesn't, like, maybe it gets all the spotlight of the conservation effort, but actually it lives together in symbiosis with a type of seagrass, and seagrass is something that really doesn't get much attention at all. So the name of the seagrass that it lives in symbiosis with is called Posidonia oceanica, and so the piece, we wanted to do something together about the coexistence of these three elements: the ocean, Pinna nobilis, and Posidonia oceanica, and how to bring awareness about those three things to a piece. So thank you very much for listening to us, and look forward to getting to know some of you later.
Very appropriately now, seeing that Robertina and Juno have already been mentioned, and seeing that this was evolved into this wonderful collaboration, we are so happy that this time actually they're able to be here in person rather than virtually. Basically I have been following particularly Robertina's work, because I know her for longer, for a very long time actually, I believe the first time we met was in Ljubljana in 2015, and she joined MTF there. It was a very special event in this amazing venue, Sankhariev Dome, which is their main concert hall, national concert hall. And wonderful, wonderful work, and I was already super impressed with that. And then I happened to sit on the jury of Ars Electronica, and of course what they do is they ask you to nominate people, and fortunately she landed, and I was super proud of her, because I said, she deserves everything she can get. So you've been on residency with them, haven't you, more recently? So she will show you, well, she's been collaborating with Gino actually for a long time, but it's the first time I get the chance to meet him, which is a great pleasure. And we already had some wonderful conversations, and I think this will probably carry on. So she has a lot of interesting things to show you, and I think she said, can I be quite relaxed and just hop from one project to another? And I think you can pick from her projects tons of inspiration. So hop along. So welcome Robertina Šebenić and Gino Šutić. Minutes until we solve technical issues, so do feel free to set up and yeah, sure. So I think in terms of the stream they are a bit but if you want to start with the narrative, you're welcome. Actually, this is still working.
Hello, I'm testing the audio, so please ignore. Are you hearing me without the distortion? Yeah? Okay. And... no, we're back again. That's the... Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's that noise again. We would prefer not to have the noise, so we're going to work on eliminating it. Yes. Okay. No, I'm just, can you hear me all right? Yeah, okay, good, good, good. I can live stream from the Mevo, Jake. side as well. This last year. I think I have to turn off the meter. Aveiro 2021. All lowercase, all one word. And it is This is the Mevo video that I've got currently. Shall I refresh this page? You might need to re-embed the... Oh, okay, cool. Hello, hello. Hello. You can hear me all right if I talk in here?
Is this started? Yeah.
That's because I'm old, I think was the word I was looking for. Yeah. First you get tremolo, and then you get distortion. So you can play jazz for a while, and then you go to hard rock. Shall I keep talking? Because this is about as loud as anybody's likely to be, because most people, when they present, do so over here for some reason. But I'm from radio. I want to hear it on this, but Jake has to refresh the... Have you put the... Okay. La 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 la. Tuneless noise. I think in 10 years of MTF, those banners have never been so well ironed. Almost 10 years. It'll be 10 years in May. 9 for me, because I went to the second one and then basically didn't go home. But it's the 20th event. Okay. I saw myself for a moment, then I unplugged. This is definitely the current iteration of me on the stage. Okay, that's good. What I need to do is turn this volume up. We're getting something unpleasant. Yeah, the live stream is up, and I can hear myself, and it's way better than it was, but there's still something unpleasant buzzing there. That's good. What I need to do is turn this volume on. Oh yeah. I've got a delay, so I'll tell you shortly. Okay, so no, it didn't stop when you asked me if it stopped. What's interesting is now that we've got the buzz coming out of the speaker here into the microphone here and it's repeating, that's going to get confusing. Probably take this one away. Yeah, buzz on the live stream. The stream has stopped, yes. Okay, the stream has reconnected. I've got buzz at the... Oh, the buzz has stopped too. Yeah, when you did that, the buzz stopped. No buzz. One. Yeah, actually, that's sitting on a lot of cables. It's a kind of time travel. Yeah. What's a great mix? I've just turned the sound off on this, incidentally. That's all. I was just saying that these banners have never been ironed quite so well. It's yeah, Monica went through the site. She's actually offered to re-overlock them. Hang on. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll tell you in a minute. Yeah, I think we have no noise at the moment. Yeah, just don't turn the projector back on is the only answer. Everybody needs to come up to the stage one at a time to look at the slides. Oh yeah. We've got the buzz back. But it's not up here anymore.
is the answer. Yes, okay. Don't worry about it.
Can I have
Yes, thank you.
Where is it? You have the control, you know? I think a bit more than after we start. But every time the alpha moves next line, it means it needs to be
I am simply Gola. It says our screen is live. Let's check. And it should be using my microphone here. I understand so, yes. Changes would come from Michaela. So otherwise, if you have changes and want to notify me, that's fine. But I believe the program is as the program order is. So who's after Francisca? A name? Refresh the program and yeah. If you're just going to print things out, that's not. Yeah, we're going to have to power through them, I think. But, yeah. Sure. Jake, are you able to put the Mevo stream onto the... Ooh. But I'm already streaming. How can we stream? Okay. You solved it? I didn't want you to be upset, so I prioritized technical problems. Okay, this is me talking into a microphone, and there's no horrible background noise, apparently. We are not only... Okay, this is interesting. We're actually double streaming this right now. So both of them are working, so... Don't cross the streams. That's most important. No audio, just images. Okay, Francisca, would you like to come up to the stage and don't touch anything? Just the space bar. Bruno, may I ask a question about the lights? A question about the lights. Is the lighting guy going to come and do spots and stuff?
For this to work, we need to set someone to set it all up.
Yeah, and are they coming? I would love to, because we're going to be doing presentations all night, every night, all week. So if we can have it set up, then we'll be able to use it. That would be fantastic. Thank you. But thank you for solving this problem. And now on to the next one. So I'm going to turn this off.
Can I touch this? Because I'm a small person. Can you touch it for me? Oh la la. Thank you so much.
And please talk into it.
Talk into it. I'm
Yes.
gonna try. I'm a bit like laggy up here, so we're just going to go into the presentation mode. Do I have to do that? Can you do that?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you. Hello. Welcome everyone back from the break. This is the perfect setup because I'm a food experience designer, and I'm really happy to have you kind of replenished from the break, well nurtured, energized. So I'm really happy to be back here in Aveiro. Today I'm presenting some of my work and a kind of project that I could also offer for prototyping. And this week I'm a food experience designer who does also international project management, and I do focus on community arts and event production. So for those of you who know me from the previous Aveiro Music Tech Fest, you will know me from running around and just trying to figure things out and be how, like Michaela sometimes says, the social glue. So you might wonder, what is a food experience designer doing on a music tech fest? It's like, I'm not really doing music, I'm not kind of doing technology, I do food. And I kind of found my passion quite early on, similar as Gino before. So these stories repeat. It's something that I kind of figured it's a phase, but of course I actually didn't go into food because I wanted to find something I can do, make a living off. So I went into IT, so I have an engineer and internet and media, so it was like software engineering. And I realized I was too much stuck in front of a black mirror and just typing and looking at a screen, and I hated debugging. So I went into communications because I realized what I miss is the human interaction, the communication, engaging with great communities, like here. But it did actually kind of end up adding a master's in cognitive sciences, because I realized going from changing perspectives and going from different disciplines is the thing that kind of engages me the most. And within the cognitive sciences, I managed to kind of sweep in that food studies perspective again. So what connects me to this community is kind of the scope of the work, how I use food as a medium to explore things that connect to our identity, to our culture. It's about knowledge transfer. It's about the human experience. So you see all those themes pop up already, also in the presentations before, how Robertina and Gino kind of explained. It's more like that real world lab that we want to engage if we want to do things that are applied. So food was kind of my medium. So when you think of art and design, I did a street food festival, and I realized, okay, people associate with oh, you do those food market, and that's so nice. And I kind of realized the irony of what do I consider street food when I go through the streets in Vienna or Zurich, or I travel, and I realize, how does something that is food become something that is waste? So I would do a food design conference and try to group together experts who just offer their knowledge to change a bit this perspective. So that's just in front of my house, someone dropped some pickles, a whole coffee cart losing its coffee ground, or just a really sad and lonely but aesthetically beautiful ice cream on the staircase in Zurich. So food can also be, though, data and telling stories, because every ingredient has its texture, it has its origin, it has a color that we associate with things that come from our lived experience. So I did a really nice collaboration with Data Cuisine, for example, with an information visualizer, and Moritz Stefana and Susanne Jaschko. And we would play around with the idea of using food as a medium to express information and do infographics that go into the multisensory aspects of food. And we would do that together with people in workshops and just try to kind of put that idea there and see how it kind of develops into an icebreaker, just as we do every day that we go for coffee break. So this one was, for example, this is a very interesting one, like how veganism is tagged on a kind of channel like social media and Instagram. So I think everyone who is vegan, he will like identify with the issue of people really think that's the only ingredients that you can eat when you're vegan. It has nothing to do with reality. It's ridiculous. It's just like everyone's talking about it. It's like if every vegan tries to go out for like dinner and all you get offered is avocado, hummus, sprouts, tofu, quinoa, and peanut, that does depict reality in a way, but there's just like, it kind of lacks fantasy. So, but I think that's quite interesting to look at the data sets versus how is our lived experience of it. Or a sausage fest. I really like this one. We looked at like who cooks at home and who cooks in 5-star restaurants. So it's like we use media, like food as a medium to kind of poke into those like social complexities and try to break down bigger issues to something that people can relate to from their own experience. Because no matter what you do, you might not be an expert in this field, but you can relate to it. You know that you might not agree with the politics of a culture. Might it be in Austria? It's always like discussion about like Afghan or Turkish cultures, but something that in their interaction, if you meet those people in the working place, you can relate to their kind of rootedness and their authentic belief that their mom's apple strudel or kind of dish from home is something that carries meaning. And I think this connects. So, yeah, some example from my work where I kind of really did dive into the aspect of community in food was, for example, that Vienna Food Festival. It's just like very poshy, fancy place, the best event, like the prettiest event I ever did. And it kind of connects to that notion of bustling markets, like those, like having this melting pot of different cultures, of different backgrounds, of scents, of smells, and like kind of embedding yourself in this like multi-sensory surrounding and drawing from it, and what can like mean for bridging gaps. So one of the projects I'm also very proud of is like, this is a picture from last year when I was like stuck in a pandemic. I was stranded in Thailand. I know I cannot even say I'm stranded because like it's a luxury to be kind of stranded in my paradise, but it also kind of meant that I was like stuck on an island with people whose livelihood is dependent on tourism. So all the gastronomy, all the hospitality, it didn't exist. So all the workers on that island were left with nothing to do. And so we kind of created a community arts project where we started actually like planning fresh morning glory together with the community and engaging people. And the most beautiful aspect about this is that the Thai government and the Thai communities work together with the Burmese, which is already a political issue in itself. And we also managed to kind of bridge the gap with the foreigners, which is also kind of a difficult political situation to have, to be local and work with the Farangs. And we all kind of realized we sit in the same boat. There's nothing else to do, so we need to like get out there and take care of each other. And so kind of food allowed me and empowered me to do that. And I also had a social business restaurant, for example, where it's more a it was conceptualized as a stepping stone program to help people who have difficulties getting back on the job market, to empower them through the means of food. And just because like gastronomy is like weirdly one of those like trades where you can like go into without seeming no prior experience, but it actually helped them to soothe their kind of past stories and like bring something to the table, and that would be their own dishes, their stories of culture, and there would be people who are 50 plus and went bankrupt, or people who are day release prisoners who still like have to serve a sentence, but they can come out to work with. So this is one project that I've been very proud of as well. So what I'm bringing into this, though, is like one project and one question is like, why am I here? I think this is a question that a lot of us can relate to. Considering it's like when I kind of realized I have to go on the stage after you, I was just like, oh, my inner self was just like, oh, I'm getting absolutely anxious. And how we as artists, we as creatives, and some of us even still struggle with identifying. Can I say that I'm an artist? Can I like do that? It's like where it's like, in what kind of space am I navigating? So I think, how do we overcome these notions of being overwhelmed and decide that we want to move on because there's a gut feeling of we want to move into the same direction? So when I heard about, actually, ta-da! There's actually like a point that I wanted to make. So what subsumes being here for me is embedded in this picture. Can you tell me what interpretations would you give when you see this? What kind of emotions and notions are hidden in this picture? Okay. Curiosity, yes. Being intrigued, yes. I kind of felt like I really liked the playful joy that like the blonde one behind the guy trying this is like expressing. So this is a group of, I guess it was friends, who were at the festival and they tried snails with garlic butter, and it's just like something that, yeah, usually they won't do that, but it was more like going into the introspection, like what do I think of this dish, then like feeding back into what does he think about that dish, and just like this curiosity and playfulness and just like inviting people to engage with something. So I think these notions connect everything that I've been doing the past years to what I think this community is like doing in the process, no matter what's your specialty, whether it's you're a musician or you're a tech guy or you're an engineer and you just like make things happen. It's always like there's like a common humanity that I think is very important. And when I heard about the theme of Just Ocean, I thought about like really big aspirations of like topics of like climate change and sustainability and all those like huge buzzwords, and something that is so big and overwhelming that I have to admit, when I hear those things, it's like I feel lost. I don't know how to start this. How do we transform big aspirations to small tangible things where we kind of have the belief that they're significant enough to start a process, and we do this jointly. So I had the luxury to kind of tinker about this already with the notion of food, because me and my friend Urška Galot, it's like she's a Slovenian artist, we grouped together and we kind of started this research project, Flavor of Compassion, for the Vienna Biennale. So we've been hosted at the Museum for Angewandte Kunst in Vienna. We got supported by the Wirtschaftsagentur Wien. Yes, I'm totally doing like advertisement now. And we're also part of the Vienna Design Week. And we thought about this aspect of what does sustainability mean to us? And to me, it was social sustainability. I work the best in between those like topics. So for me, like the social stickiness, like how we get together and collaborate, how we overcome those anxieties or those struggles, and overcome our own, like, even like this kind of feeling of, I overheard it today, imposter syndrome. Like the notion that we come into this room and we feel like there's so many amazing people. How do I match this? How do I fit into this? So we wanted to look at compassion, because one of the buzzwords that I also hear a lot these days is empathy. It's a topic that we kind of focused on Aveiro 2020, so I see this as a kind of continuation. Empathy is such an amazing kind of, it has this potential to go into something that we understand. It's like this description of putting yourself into the shoes of others. But also from my own experience, I sometimes get the feeling empathy also has the potential to drain you. Sometimes it can feel like an abyss to feel someone else's feeling, but don't know how to act. So, interestingly, in the studies, compassion is, I'm just gonna, no, wrong slide. I'm just gonna do it without. Compassion is understood as empathy in action. So the interesting kind of differentiation there is like, compassion is something that we can train. Compassion is described as, for example, you want to alleviate someone else's suffering, and you do it by acting. So you can transform it into something that is a call for action. And it can be the little things. It's not only compassion towards others, it's also compassion towards ourselves. And it connects to this notion of there's a big change we want to achieve. There's a struggle and complexity that we want to tackle. So how do we do this? Compassion is oftentimes in my conversation also described with the notion of compassion is something that is considered warmth, social warmth. So there's a social climate change, and that showing someone the cold shoulder is something that creates distance. It creates distance towards ourselves and towards others. And like exploring this notion of, now we're just at the tip of the iceberg, things are melting, so all those kind of sensations and metaphors come back rushing to us when we were discussing about like how do we want to kind of approach this research project on compassion through food. So we did use some ice creams. We bribed our participants in public space, like people who wouldn't know what we're dealing with. They just know it's like, okay, you do some Biennale participatory stuff, you go on the public street, you don't have a real target group, you have to like approach strangers and just want to kind of poke some inspiration on how they might think of climate change or sustainability in their daily experiences. So we figured if we offered them ice cream, they should come. And so we started discussion with this medium. We asked them to share stories of compassion from their personal life and to project some of these notions of compassion or lack of compassion into this ice cream. Then I gave them a burner into their hand, like one of those creme brulee guns, and asked them to like, okay, now we can do something about it. You know, like we're talking climate change, so maybe you can warm up this notion of coldness that you experienced in the example that you offered. So it was a very fun activity. You can totally reach the children with that. She was like having a blast. We were able to kind of just start a discussion from personal experience, and I think that was the most giving interaction for us, because we realized you cannot achieve things when people cannot relate to it. So again, compassion as empathy in action, and it's basic to repeat how we treat ourselves, how we treat others, exploring daily actions, these notions of curiosity and play, and that's basically something that I would also kind of, for us to embrace, because it's like for those of you who are not season, like first MTFers, I think you kind of already get the notion that this is a safe space where you can engage in this. But for the ones who are like here for the first time, it will be overwhelming. There will be struggles, as Michaela pointed out this morning as well. And yeah, so it's like very interesting to go into this playful exploration and just like see how do we move further and collaborate with those amazing people when at the beginning we just feel it all. So yeah, compassion in the creative process is basically my new thing now. I decided it this year, and I feel like it's like now that I engaged with it, I will never be able to shake it off again. It's more like a life choice than a job description. And yes, I would like you to just embrace venturing out together, exploring with our senses. For me, it's like food, but it doesn't have to be. Sometimes it's just a means to an end. The same as music, technology. So I think it's a luxury to have so many people in this room, in this community, who share joint visions. And we all have our kind of individual perspectives and kind of aspirations and skills, and just like getting together and do this in a group. I think that's the it's not a secret ingredient. I think it's the process. So I'm really happy to be here. I will also be grouping up with Monica to kind of propose some prototyping into that direction of like foraging in our environment, doing something with fish leather. I think I totally need to do that strawberry DNA extraction with the vodka. So it's like, I want to poke you guys on that one. So, and everyone who's like interested in hearing me more, just like, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere this week, so just poke me. Yeah, thank you.
Anya is next. That's absolutely fine. Anya, it's lovely to have you here. We'll give you a moment to set up. There's going to be some slight technical alterations of the lights, which we hope won't affect the sound in any way. But I understand that the lights guys are here. Coming now. Fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you. So if you set the audio settings so that the headphone output goes to this here, which I assume is on the other side of you, so we'll pass it over. So the audio out should be not HDMI, but headphone out. Headphone out. Perfect. So you can test audio now.
All right.
Put your hands on your hips.
Max. Max.
Take a deep breath.
Let me put something different on. They're not normalized. That's probably the problem.
I don't need to change the levels. It starts really quiet, right?
No, the problem is it was just two different pieces, and I think the first one's quieter. The first one I'm going to play is pretty quiet,
Okay, so
and then the second one's
let me
pretty
just
loud.
see the change level because of
Okay.
the streaming. Can
All
you put
right.
the first one then?
Yeah. Thank you. Oh. Whoa. The microphone's on? Okay, cool. Maybe I raise it a little bit. Will you turn that on? Yes. Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Michaela, for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. My name's Anya. I'm coming to you from the US, somewhat indirectly, and I'm wondering if you'd be willing to stand up for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna play a little sound piece that invites you to close your eyes and really do very tiny, tiny things. I'm not gonna be asking you to like do jumping jacks or something, but it'll be standing up and closing your eyes, and then I'll explain a little bit more. Cool.
I invite you to stand and to put your hands on your hips. Take a deep breath. Maybe close your eyes. Now use the hands on your pelvis to tilt it, front and back. Let the cells of your body remember their oceanic embedded history. Front and back, slowly. Keep going. Make the movements smaller and smaller until they are so small that they might be imperceptible to the outside. The smaller they look, the more grand they might feel on the inside. Take a deep breath. Now slide your hands such that one is on your tummy and the other on the back of your pelvis. Keep your feet firmly planted. Give yourself a push forward, ever so gentle, from the hand on your pelvis towards the front. Without taking a step, can you feel a wave travel through you? Travel up the river of your spine into your neck. Let your neck roll when the wave gets there. Reverse the wave. Push towards the spine with a hand that's on your tummy. Feel the body sway gently, front and back. What you just did was a small dance that you are free to repeat throughout today. Thank you, everyone, for doing that. There are a couple of things in that piece that sort of display what I'm interested in. You heard, especially towards the end, kind of these drone electronic-y sounds. And that was actually isolated from hydrophone recordings, and it was just noise, like ship noise, like that I isolated and then realized, whoa, there are really cool harmonics in it. And so kind of curiously, all the like crackly stuff was not, like pretty in a traditional musical sense. It was filled with this proto-rhythmic kind of messy information. But the noise, the actual noise, that anthropogenic noise that we're generating in the ocean, was somehow really melodic and harmonic and beautiful. So I found that problematic and curious, and wanted to explore that. And in general, I work with that binary between signal and noise, and how most of the time it's actually not very clear which one is which, and especially when we're working with the ocean. Where does signal start and end, and for whom, right? So all that crackly kind of stuff, a lot of that was shrimp, that was crustacean making sounds. But if we don't know that, you're not an oceanographer, not working with it, it kind of just sounds like messy noise. Whereas like these very pure tones that are harmonizing into minor ninths and these beautiful harmonics, that is noise that humans are generating. So I find that problematic very interesting. And then the indications to move the body and to feel, more and more I've sort of come to really value embodied processing of any kind of information, but especially what is noise and what is signal, and really thinking of not just the human body, but the various bodies that a human contains as technology that offers not only endless inspiration, but endless logics within it that complicate the noise and signal ratio in many ways. I actually came to this work in kind of a strange way. I recently finished a PhD, and that's me defending my PhD from a bathtub. The pandemic called for innovation. But yeah, I studied history of logic, history and philosophy of logic, focusing on non-binary dynamic logics that people were experimenting with at the start of the 20th century in Russian-speaking world, so late Russian Empire before the revolution. And I discovered all of these, fascinating actors, fascinating characters. Some of them were artists, some of them were logicians, some of them were philosophers, people who were thinking about creative technology in a way that really speaks to what we talk about today, like postmodernism, post-humanism, post all sorts of things. Of course, they weren't reacting to modernism to create anything post, but they fundamentally did not want logic to be something that's disembodied. They did not like this sort of Western European, distinction between subjective and objective. They thought that's really weird. And so as a way of sort of coming close to them, empathizing with them, I'm going to use Francesca's word, I was trying to create, scores for improvisation, scores for making music, scores for performing, to understand what does that mean for a logic to be embodied. And I'm going to play just a snippet of a piece that, it resulted in an album, but just a fragment of it. It's called Mythologicking, and it's working with this idea of proto-rhythm. So, having rhythmic snippets, working with breath and embodied technology, but not quite having beats, or like always sort of stopping short of being, having a clear meter. Okay. interest of time. I'll stop there in the interest of time, but it goes on to keep exploring that, and if you were to try to move to that, it would be like you can't quite get into a groove in a sense, and that's a problem, but at the same time it invites kind of a non-passive listening. As a human body container, you can't let these faculties, this technology, just sort of let that sound pass through you. Somehow intention has to be engaged in order for you to try to find rhythmicity amongst the proto-rhythmic information. That's my curiosity with sound and body. And right now I'm working on, this is very recent research, but I'll just show a snippet of it as I'm talking. I've been exploring the land-water boundary, and boundary is in quotations because, of course, that's never defined boundary. It's constantly changing and morphing. And I've been spending time on various land-water boundaries, oceanic, seas, lakes, sand, rock. And I was really intrigued from that very first snippet where you saw me with an accordion on a ship, the relation to gravity, the way that when you're at sea, that gravity just feels different. It's not, you really feel gravity being the ability of a massive body to curve space-time rather than, kind of like what we learn in middle school, a force pushing down. It's not that simple. It's complicated and it's dynamic. And inhabiting this land-water boundary, I'm trying to, in some way, unterrestrialize, in some way feel the multiplicity of bodies that are within a human body. And also, this isn't about signal-to-noise ratio in some sense, but it is about kind of breaking the various binaries, because the fascinating thing about body being a technology is it can perform a number of binaries, right? Like there are only certain ways that an elbow will bend, and then there are ways that an elbow won't bend. So, there are very clear, like, yes, no, 0, 1 relations. But at the same time, the body is such a fundamentally dynamic entity, it will continue to offer new logics and new ways to problematize and deepen any kind of binary relation. So, like after spending, 6 hours on this particular beach, just feeling the difference in the sand depending on how high or how low the tides are. Like literally my relation to gravity, depending on whether that sand is really hard after it had dried, after the tides have become low, or it's constantly getting wet and my feet are actually like digging into the ground, and if I just stand there for 2 minutes, then the sand comes up like maybe to my ankles. Like all of that makes the experience of the same site, the same locale, so fundamentally dynamic. Okay, I'll move on. And most of this research has been in conversation with and in collaboration with this group called Ocean Memory Project, which I've had the privilege to get to know over the last few years. And I'm just putting that out there. It has the link as well if you want to check them out beyond what I'll say today. But Daniel Cohn and Jody Deming were the two people who started it, and the group is really it's a combination of oceanographers, activists, artists, indigenous scholars, scholars in the humanities who are uniting these concepts of ocean and memory, both of which are really fundamentally dynamic entities, to let both of them teach and kind of enlighten the current, present, human, anthropocentric situation about really the dimensionality of ocean and of memory, and to really kind of get us out of a stasis in the current problematic we have facing, anything between climate justice and ecological ways of being that we're trying to maybe re-inhabit following this pandemic. And the project I joined was a cruise in the Salish Sea, which was in the Coast Salish lands and waters known otherwise as the area around Vancouver, so just across the border from Northwest US. And we had various Indigenous people, First Nations people join that cruise who were talking about what ocean memory means to them in their lands and in their waters. And so this is very much a piece, it's a work in progress, it's a sound piece where I'm trying to, it's a little bit ethnographic, but I have a lot of recordings of Western scientists, oceanographers, talking about what ocean memory is to them in the Salish Sea. And that is, Salish Sea is extremely anoxic, so there's very low oxygen content. And for oceanographers and for astrobiologists, that's fascinating because that's a reflection of very early Earth, where the oxygen content in the ocean was very low, right? So that's almost kind of like peeking back in time and having this ocean remember. And the Indigenous narrative there is, well, we have all of these cultural practices that you don't have data for. You don't know what kind of species lived here, 50 years ago, and you don't know how ecologically they were interconnected. But through storytelling, through oral history, through the kinds of practices of anything from building canoes, what kinds of canoes out of what kind of wood, to aerating beach sands and digging them every year in order to actually increase the oxygen content to allow certain organisms to grow. There's also a huge narrative of ocean memory and the fact that ocean, for them, doesn't stop with the land-water boundary, right? So their idea of land is very much land and ocean. Their idea of ocean is very much ocean and land. So do I have time to play an excerpt from it? Or yeah, okay. I'll play just an excerpt.
Follow our culture is what happens in our life is totally up to the individual, and that's why I stay the way I am. Because of the name I carry, Puktulik. He was a war chief that fought under Chief Joseph. So he carried a war whistle, I carry a prayer whistle.
Curious about the knowledge that you can share. Like when you talk about customary laws, or their information for us to see the world differently or to understand how to be in this waterway.
And it goes back to the storytelling. When you talk about stories, that's where you're actually, a lot of our information, if we have some, is from our elders, and we have to actually auto record them.
Butterballs, teal, shags, black ducks, mallards, pigeons, goldeneyes, butterballs, teal. Sanachina used to be the second most populated in BC for octopus, which used to be a stable part of our diet routes. You're lucky you used to catch those little ones now, where we used to catch the ones with the big long arms on them. Everything is just overfished, over-controlled by the government. And we're still stopped at gunpoint. When we're out hunting, fishing, clam digging, we're still stopped at gunpoint.
big marine heat wave was like 2014, 2015 or so. And in those years, we noticed, reduced densities of birds and mammals, reduced densities of phytoplankton and zooplankton. For warmer temperature years, just generally we have less biology going on.
When we tell these stories, because with the truth and reconciliation going on, they say, oh, you people, why don't you just get over it? So when I'm teaching at the university or the prison or wherever, whatever school, because I hear that from someone in the crowd as well, why don't you people just get over it? Well, when they try to be the human spirit,
I'll fade out there. And just to mention, voice as a non-contradiction is a very important driving force for this piece, in the way that, Climate Justin has to be inclusive of Indigenous voices, and Western science does not have to be in contradiction to it. Like, there is a way that this Cruise and Ocean Memory Project is very much trying to have allyship. And that's it. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. I think this is going to find lots of resonance with people. I can imagine quite a few actually reacting to this. So super grateful that Anya could actually be over with us. It was actually really lucky that we could have her here over from the US, because also she managed to combine this with another residency in France, and so it actually worked out. It was meant to be, I think. So, and thank you again for Robertina for introducing us in the first place, actually. What a great connector. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, what an amazing group of people. I think we're going to go to science next. Peter, how are you doing over there? Good. Are you good to go, or yeah? You what? So yeah, we are super honored to have Peter with us, who is a seasoned oceanographer and worked on some seriously big projects and some super fascinating stuff that he's got to tell you. But I think it works really well as a follow-up to what we just saw, and sort of the different perspective that comes from science into it. But there is another story to it, which is that Peter, in his younger days, before he moved over to Britain to work as an oceanographer, he produced, I believe, he was in a band that produced one of Dubber's favorite tracks ever. Albums ever. Oh, sorry. As the Able Tasmans. That was the band. You can look them up. So actually the man has quite a lot to do with music as well. And of course, you know, this is what happens with MTF. So, okay, welcome, Peter Keane.
Thank you very much. How do I plug in? Technical assistance, please, yes. I have. Having it. I'm just going to have a bit of a yak. So if I expand this up to size. No. There. Oh, okay.
There we go. Why does that switch back?
Pass.
It immediately goes back to unloaded.
Mm. Yeah.
Let's go back to 1920. Yeah, by 1080. Okay,
Mm.
I see, yes. So previously it was going...
Well, while we're waiting,
Yeah. No, it's not.
I was just saying oh yeah, that's a good idea.
So used to it.
Gee, I am. Right, I can hear my breath again. The fricative, I think, Alan, is the term.
Can you say that on a live stream?
I believe you can, yeah. My point being is that I think I might have died on the way across from the UK. I think the plane that I was in exploded in midair. And now I'm actually dead, and you are all just projections of my dying imagination.
That seems the most likely.
It's the only explanation, because some of the things that I've seen have just been utterly inspiring, but it's like you are all myself speaking back to me, and I'm hearing ideas that I've had kicking around in my brain box for quite some time, and then somebody else is verbalizing them, and I'm finding that marvelous.
Chicken. No?
It must be.
Oh dear. You've introduced technical issues?
I have, yeah. It's new technology.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there, that's fine, that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
And okay, but let's do this, let's see what it says. No. Okay. That's mirror displays, it's on, display. So it's not giving us the option.
Mm-hmm. To go through that HDMI.
Well, no, it's got the option to go through the HDMI, but not at the right rate. Scale, no. Best 4.
So anyway, a little bit about myself.
Please.
I'm from the same country as Andrew.
Which explains why neither of us have an accent.
Exactly, and all the rest of you do. But I was also born in the analog age. And my father was into building valve radios. And so I'm sort of used to that sort of almost, that organic push and pull of things pre-digital, pre-quantization. Oh, there was some hands thrown in the air. And when I was a nipper, we built a small radio, and I would listen to it on surplus military headphones that my dad had. And I heard Ghost Riders in the Sky. And I don't know whether you know that tune, but it was fading in and out, and there was phasing happening. And in my imagination as a 11, 12-year-old, under the bed covers, hearing this come through on a stormy night, was as if my radio had reached out and was detecting something that was coming towards me, and I got seriously spooked. But I've always had that kind of concept of sending out feelers into the environment to detect stuff that might have been coming towards you. How are you doing, Jake? Cool. So, if I touch anything, will it die? Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. The worst that could possibly happen to you has already happened. Yeah.
My name is Peter King. And just by way of tuning you into that lovely analog stuff, that's what they look like. You can warm your hands on that stuff, it's good. Yeah, and there's a particular chung, if you've ever played a guitar through a valve guitar amp, you'll know what it's like. Yes, you know. Right, so as I say, I grew up in that kind of environment. We had a party line. You'd pick up the phone, you'd go, "You're working?" And if nobody said anything back, you could use the phone. Otherwise, the farmer down the road would say, "Yep, I'm on the phone. If you come back later, we'll have another conversation." And I had a crank handle. There was 2 cranks, and then a short crank, and then a long crank. So that's kind of where I came from. And these things are a deep mystery to me. They're really just, or up until recently anyway, a glorified typewriter. Anyway, so eventually I went to school, and eventually I became interested in biology, and I studied to become a zoologist and an ecologist, and one of those ones that operates in the marine environment. So I guess you could call me a marine ecologist. But that led me to the environmental sciences, and so I spent some time working for the university in Auckland, doing things like mapping gecko habitats and all of that sort of stuff. And teaching students. We ran a postgraduate course. We were a small group of academics, and I was the technician. And then we eventually grew, and then one of those things that normally happens in an academic institution is somebody said, "Environmental science, we're geography. I think that's us. So I think we'll have that bit." And the biologists went, "Oh, well, we're marine science, so we'll have the marine science bit." And at that stage, I ran away to sea. And I got deeply into going away to sea. And I kind of loved it, because there's nothing quite like getting 1,500 miles south of South Africa and seeing icebergs and feeling the chill in the air because the ice is not that far away. And you're doing interesting stuff. You're dropping moorings over the side, you're profiling. And so that's kind of what I came to love. But of course, I was still working for a university, and that still wasn't sitting particularly well with me. So I decided to throw financial prudence to the wind, and decided that they could pay me a whole lot more for a whole lot less, if that makes any sense. Which led me to getting involved in some quite good Arctic work with the Alaskans, and we would go up and we'd put things through the ice, and we would put moorings in underneath it, and then we'd come back in a couple of years and we'd pick those things up and download the records. And basically what we were doing was following heat as it came up on the Gulf Stream and then through Denmark Strait and into the Barents Sea and around, and we could track it as it went around the I've got a map of that. There it is. So that's where we were working for a number of years, and we were tracking, as you can see, between M7 and around that shelf break, we were tracking the Atlantic water as it went around. Anyway, so that's just really to give you a flavour of some of the stuff that I've been involved in terms of oceanography, because it's kind of varied. But it's mostly about the physicality, it's the temperature, it's the salinity. And so those were the sorts of things that I set out to measure and form pictures of. And this here, anybody who's been on an oceanographic vessel will recognise that. It's standard oceanographic equipment. It's called a CTD, and it's festooned with instruments, and you can collect water samples, so you can match your water samples with your instrument readings, and you can calibrate them. And so I've done more CTD casts than I've had hot dinners. I wouldn't accuse anybody else of that, but I certainly have. And what you can do is you can build up a picture. You do transects, basically, and then you join the dots and you interpolate in between. And some of that interpolation is kind of deeply problematic because you're just making up stuff in between. And then you put a spline on it and you make a nice curve and everything's good. Maybe. But what you can do, and this sort of comes back into sort of measuring features. We were looking to define features, I guess, in the environment. And so what I became interested in was how sound propagates through water. And we, with a colleague of mine and I, started working on the change in the speed of sound as you dissolve different stuff in water. So classically, you've got a freshwater bit and then you've got the dissolved bit. But when you dissolve anything in water, it becomes a non-Newtonian fluid. It becomes like a weak gel. So it's a little bit bouncy. The compressibility changes. And the other thing about it is that depending on the different ratios of the different salts and their hydration shells, that changes how that water compresses and then changes the speed of sound. So just to sort of give a little bit of perspective, what you got here is, don't worry about the graph so much. It's I'm not sure, is that focused? Can you see the change in the speed of sound between the fresh and the salt water? That's just to prove my point, just in case I had anybody doubting me. But what you can do then, even though they're not, what's the word? They're not unique solutions, because different ratios of the same salts can lead to different answers, and also vice versa. You can get the same answer for different combinations of salts. But what we were doing a couple of years back was going on a whistle-stop tour down the hydrothermal vents of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, starting from the Azores and ending up in Guadalupe. And I thought, why don't I strap a sound velocity probe to the CTD? Because we were doing what they call tow-yos. So normally when you do a CTD, you'd stop, you do a profile, you come back up, sail on 25 nautical miles. Here, we'd drop it down, and then we'd raise it and lower it as the ship moved slowly forward. And so what that produces is a thing called a tow-yo. And that is a tow-yo through a hydrothermal vent plume. It's the rainbow vent field. And this is the plume visualized with backscatter. So this is looking at the amount of particulates in the water. So what we did after processing the speed of sound information, where basically we took a reference station outside of that field. We said this is what a normal profile would look like, removed everything else, the temperature and the pressure that might have influenced it, and basically came up with a sound velocity anomaly. We were able to visualize that, which is the same plume, but visualized using the sound velocity profile, or the sound velocity anomaly. And you can see that it gives a whole lot more detail, but we don't quite know what it means because there's compositional anomalies in that still need to be teased out. Fortunately, it was a geotraces cruise, which means that they were collecting all sorts of chemical samples, and so the next stage after this is where I'm up to at the moment. The next stage is to start associating all the chemical measurements with the different sound velocity anomalies, and hopefully we can start to sort of tease out what's going on as this hot water comes out of the hydrothermal vent. Things start to precipitate out. The chemistry changes as it advects away from the plume. But it strikes me, and this is the thing that really struck me more than anything. It's like a haze settling in a valley. If that makes any sense. You've seen a temperature inversion with people burning their coal fires, and it sits underneath that. And I think that a little bit of that is what's going on here. And you can sort of see, things escaping, basically, breaking through different layers and checking out. So sound velocity, composition, we came up with an equation where you could calculate the salinity based on the speed of sound and the temperature and the pressure, of course. And the nice thing about the speed of sound is that it's sensitive to everything that's dissolved in the water, whereas traditionally you take your salinity from a conductivity measurement. Now, conductivity, of course, only measures the stuff that can conduct electricity, and everything else it's completely blind to. And an interesting experiment that I did just at home was I dissolved 35 grams of salt in a litre of water and effectively made 35 practical salinity unit water that I could measure with a conductivity probe. I then dissolved 35 grams of sugar in the same water, and even though the dissolved mass fraction had doubled, my salinity measurement was exactly the same. That's an extreme version, but everything in the photic zone, all those plants, what do they do when they photosynthesize? They make sugar. So it's in certain situations, it can be an important measurement. So speed of sound, I'm really interested in it. Anybody wants to talk to me about speed of sound, I'm up for that conversation. Yes, Margarita, you're on. But I got other interests as well. So, markers of provenance. You may have heard of otoliths. You may have heard of otolith microchemistry. It's the little bits of trace elements that get incorporated into the hard parts of animals, and they form permanent records. Now, markers of provenance are sort of at the basis of sustainable management of marine resources, for instance. Knowing where a fish was caught, or how a fish population is connected to another fish population or a bivalve population, that's really important stuff. Where are the nurseries? Where are the parental populations? That sort of connectivity, it's all fundamental to a marker of provenance. And people have been trying to tease this out for ages. So I've been thinking about markers of provenance for many, many years, and decided to do something about it in a highly unofficial way, but started to team up with a colleague of mine who's a statistician. She's a Bayesian statistician. And so we're starting to look at coupled models now between the land and the catchments and the rainfall and the mobilisation of trace elements into the rivers, and then how that translates into the relative ratios compared to calcium of the trace elements as a distinctive fingerprint. But you can't interpret that. You can get the fingerprint easy enough. You just grind up the shell, pass it through a mass spec. But if you don't have that other model of mobilization and the budget, effectively, of your trace elements through the environment, you just can't interpret it in any meaningful way. You can't. These things change over time. There are all sorts of ontogenic and endogenous sorts of things that are going on in terms of the way that they assimilate trace elements both into the body and then lay that down on hard tissue. So that's kind of where we're at with that. That's a long-term project, markers of provenance. But we think that if we can do it with a bivalve, we can actually translate that bivalve, use it as a sentinel, if you like, for mobile species. Now, what else do I want to talk to you about? There's lots, actually, but we've got a couple of days up our sleeve. Microplastics. I just really mentioned microplastics because it's the word on everybody's lips. And one of my most recent projects was to actually design an instrument for measuring microplastics in situ and in flow. I don't know whether you know this or not, but the current way of getting microplastic measurements is to put something through a filter, capture it on a filter, take it back to the lab, carefully elute everything off, try not to contaminate it in every step you've got going, and then look at these under something like a FTI, a Fourier transform, infrared spectrometer, or Raman, or something along those lines, some kind of spectrometer. That's a long process, and that's prone to contamination every step of the way. If we can do it in situ and without having to collect those things on a filter, then we've solved something. We've managed to get real-time measurements, and then we can roll that out to find out where all this microplastics are, because we still don't know where 95% to 99% of the plastics that have gone into the ocean, where it actually is. The other thing about the current methodology is the filter sizes are generally larger than 300 microns, and it's becoming more and more obvious that the actual bulk of the material sitting in the water column is less than 300 microns. So we're looking at the 0.5 mil, 500 micron down to zero, and trying to characterize that. If you go down that one step, the amount of microplastics you've got in your water column goes up by about 100 times. So there's a massive amount, really tiny fractions in the water column. So yeah, so that's another interest of mine, microplastics. I'm happy to chat at leisure with any of you on that. We've still got to get it built, but the concept's there, and we know how to build it. It's just a matter of getting the money to build it. That's step 2. Now, the other thing that I thought, and I was going to bang it in here, but I couldn't find an image. So it kind of comes back to what Pelican, sorry. I just call you Telecom. It's kind of like, I started to own it. But what you and Sophia are doing with your artificial ecologies, and who else was we talking? Robertina, you, and Zeno, thank you. Sorry, Gino. I'll get it eventually. Gino. What you were all talking about, and even you, Francesca. Yeah. Even what you were talking about. was that I've been working with digital twins, and we have this thing where we're interested in representing the ocean as a digital twin, as a means for getting people in remote locations who may not necessarily have a direct relationship with the ocean to start to interact with it. And we started doing this in the framework of of virtual reality, but we found that it was becoming a bit of a trap, because once people get in there, not only are they sort of isolated from people, but they get captured by the technology. And so listening to some of the things that you guys were saying and other ways of presenting that information, I mean, I was particularly fascinated by what you were saying about, because your ecologies are totally artificial, but it struck me that if we could plug that somehow into actual ecologies, we might start to get something really interesting starting to emerge. But also, what other things do we have that, how to put it, what other tools do we have? And this is why I love the food concept as another way that people can understand things on a basis where they don't have to have any detailed technical knowledge, but they can feel it, or they can understand it at a certain level, maybe even a common level. And with those sorts of tools, we can start building the relationships that we want for people to start interacting with their environment a little more, even though it might be a little bit remote from them, or just how can you get them to start caring about it, basically. So digital twins was another thing that I'm interested in, and I got a mate in Norway dying to hear from you people with all these ideas. He's the guy who builds digital twins. He's built the framework, if you like. I'm just providing the input on the marine side. So there you go. That's just a little whistle-stop tour. I just thought I'd get up under Michaela's encouragement and just sort of touch on a few topics that are dear to my heart. As I say, we've got all week to talk about these things, so I won't go into too much more detail, but there you have it.
So, oops, let me take that off, because
Yeah,
I keep forgetting to do that. So there's a lot to get your teeth into, and I know there's a few people who are really interested in this kind of stuff, and also from one person who uses measurement in one way to another person who uses measurement in another way. We were super, super happy that we had Marta with us last year. She was tremendously inspiring. Can't wait to have her back and tell us more about things, and her really unique and really thought-provoking approach to arts and science, a combination of art and science. But I will let her take the word. So Marta, are you still at Oxford?
I'm in Lisbon.
You're in Lisbon, but you're still attached to Oxford, or?
Not more than any other alumni.
Right. Okay. So yeah.
A little bit. You may. Please do. Thank you, Michaela.
You're very welcome.
It's great to be back.
Oh, it's fantastic to have you.
It's great to see again some of the faces that I met for the first time last year. It's also good to have some of the people who didn't make it last year.
Yeah.
And managed to come this year.
Yeah. Amazing collaboration. So
how's it going?
They're still setting up. So I'm just gonna brag about Marta then in the meantime. Marta has been working at the intersection of art and science for what, 20 years? Yeah. Something like that. And particularly, so maybe I'm not going to do it justice, so you're going to have to correct me, but I would say questioning about where do we stop and other beings start? Which is actually a very complex question. And she uses science very much also to investigate that very, very big and important question. So a tremendous and very, very long career in investigating this.
Can I start the presentation then? Yeah?
Is he teasing you?
You let me know.
Okay, so put your hands together for Marta de Menezes.
Thank you. Okay. What? It's not. There we go. As Michaela said, I work on what are we, maybe, or as I usually say, issues of identity. I actually believe that it's a very important question for most things in life, to know where we come from, to know what we are or what we may be, or to even ask that question, and those are very important questions to at least ask, not necessarily to get the answer, but to at least ask if we want to, in any way that is not blind, to try and decide where are we going. And so I don't know how many of you recognize these three questions that I put there. They're actually the title of a Gauguin painting, a very famous Gauguin painting that is, I think, in New York. And where he depicted the several stages of human life. I think it goes a little bit further than that, and I really do think it's a very important set of questions to keep in mind. Like Michaela said, I have been working in art and biology for a little bit over, actually, it's starting to get to be a little bit more than a little bit, before over 20 years, but until it turns 25, I'm not even going to think about it. And over the last, a little bit over 10 years, I've been working on two institutions here in Portugal that I find important for all of you to know that we're here and that we are hoping that you contact us. One of them is Cultivamos Cultura. It's in the south of Portugal. It's a place for experimentation in art. It's a place for residencies, and we welcome any interest in staying there for a while to experiment and to spend some time playing in the best way possible. We are a big space, we have a big house, and we can host a few people together to spend time doing whatever they think it's important for their own practice and work. And we have had, over the last few years, quite a few resident artists. I think we have repeatedly, over the last 5 years, around 20 residencies per year, even during the pandemic. So it is quite exciting to be the director of a place like this. We have exhibition. We have a very stable program of exhibitions throughout the year. And you don't have to do a specific kind of art to be a resident at Cultivamos Cultura. We now have their performance artists doing, preparing for a new work that they're developing. We've had musicians often. We've had theater, painters, photographers, anything you can think of. What we focus on is mostly experimentation and research. We're actually quite happy, and we've been very fortunate to be funded by several institutions. Some of them you may have heard of. The Direção-Geral das Artes, the Town Hall of Odmira, the Ministry of Culture, and so we can say that we will welcome you no matter what you do. In Lisbon, I have another institution. This is slightly different. It's sort of like a sister institution to Cultivamos Cultura. It's called Ectopia. And we've existed for the same amount of time, a little bit over 10 years. And we've been funded by the same kind of funders, so Ministry of Culture, DG Artes, and the local townhouse. So Ectopia is actually in Lisbon. But we exist in Ectopia to facilitate interactions between artists and scientists. So basically, as a resident artist, you're not working, until now, you are not working in our space, you're working in the lab of the scientists. So the scientist lab is your studio for developing the work. So we were more of a place where you can stay during your residency and where you can come in contact with other artists who are working as well. This year, we have opened a new space in Lisbon in June, and now we also have an exhibition space in addition to our office space and to our sort of apartment setup. And we also have a lab, which is my lab, and it's basically where you can do very basic bioart stuff that does not require the use and the abuse of a laboratory space. Let's go back to me. So having spoken about the two institutions that I represent, besides being an artist, I am an artist first and foremost. I have worked from the very beginning in biology laboratories. Actually, biology for me is the field of knowledge that gives me more challenges in terms of conceptually really blowing my mind into what can we be, what are we, what can we be, what are we made of, but really going back and saying it again, what are we? And so throughout all of my career over the last 20-something years, I have focused on asking, hopefully, the best questions about what are we as animals, as human beings, as carbon-based, as a planet full of life, a complicated species, a part of a system, a community, as a woman, as a mother. There's so many things that I am. So most of my works really focus on what am I and how can I think about what it is that I am. And so I've worked with evolution biology, with cell biology, with plant biology, with microbiology, with medical imaging, with genetic manipulation of organisms. But most recently, I've been focusing on two fields of biology that I find fascinating. Well, not exactly two fields. One is a field, the other one is not really a field. The field that I'm talking to is immunology. Immunology, for those of you who don't know exactly what it is the study of the immune system. And the immune system is the organ in our body that is more apt, that has evolved quite well, to distinguish, to differentiate between self and non-self. And I need to stress out that it's self and non-self, not self and other, okay? There's a slight difference there, and it can actually be very meaningful. But self and non-self is, obvious for me at least, that it relates to identity, and more importantly, that it challenges what we think of identity, whatever that may be. The second, that is not exactly a field, is manipulation, sometimes genetic, sometimes not so much, but the way that we can transform ourselves and others actually transforms how we understand ourselves and others. And so I have been doing a lot of genetic manipulation recently, but before that I did non-genetic manipulation, and the impact could actually be as striking or even more so than a genetic manipulation. So I'm not going to talk about all of my works, obviously. It's been 20-something years. I am going to talk a little bit about my most recent work with immunology. It's the work that I do with my life partner, with my husband, who's an immunologist, and probably the Portuguese have been seeing him on television quite a lot. But we can talk about that later. But it's incredibly meaningful for me, and it's probably a work that I would not dare do in the beginning of my career, but after a little while, you just don't care. The first work that I did with my husband, and we have been together for about the same time as I've been together with biology, was called Immortality for Two. And I was focusing on the idea of immortality. What does it mean to say immortality, culturally, psychologically, socially? What do we mean as a society and as a species to talk about immortality? And of course, at the same time as I was thinking about this, I was learning about immortal cell lines. And I couldn't stop asking the question, why did you call a cancerous cell an immortal cell line? It really, really did puzzle me. Of course, I can understand the logic behind it, and I will try to explain it to you briefly. Basically, when they found out that there was cancerous cells that could divide indefinitely, they just wouldn't stop dividing. Their internal biological clock to stop dividing, okay, so our healthy cells have a number of times that they can divide before getting too many mutations and becoming not so good. And so at that point, they naturally just give up on life. Cancerous cells have a broken clock, and basically they continue on dividing and accumulating mutations and growing, basically. This is why you have growth as a cancer. And they decided, and by they I mean, I don't know who it was exactly, but someone in the biological field of knowledge decided that this was the meaning of immortality for that specifically. It doesn't matter that it's a cancer, that it's a very mortal disease, and very much associated with death. This is one possible definition of immortality, and it was fascinating for me to think of it this way, how you can use a word that has a very specific meaning and apply it to a phenomena, and in some way, not exactly, transforming the meaning itself. So how can I look into immortality through these cells? Maybe they're onto something. Maybe it is a disease, immortality. Can we think of immortality as a disease? Can I think of immortality as a disease? Can I actually make myself immortal in this specific way? Can I take some of my cells and transform them into a cancer cell, and therefore achieving this kind of immortality? Of course, this is something that can be done technically, but for health and safety reasons, not for ethical reasons, but for health and safety reasons, this is not allowed. And it's very simple. I'm very grateful that this is not allowed, okay? So if by accident I would do this to my own cells in a lab and inadvertently reabsorb some of these cells into my body, my immune system would be tricked into not thinking that they're other. So I would effectively gain cancer. So I'm very glad I'm not allowed to do this to my own cells in a laboratory. But thinking about immortality, how many of you want to achieve immortality first? Nobody? What a bunch of healthy humans. I would challenge that. But I'm not sure you're being very honest with yourselves, but that's okay. Would you, if you could do it together, would you consider it? You don't want to do it because you think it's a lonesome thing. Why do you think that? Is it because of vampires, gods? I don't know. Because every being that we came up with that is immortal loses something that is fundamental, we think, yes? And that we associate, I think, or it is my opinion, with humanity. So immortal beings lose a fundamental part of themselves, which we associate with what makes them human. And this is incredibly powerful, I think, as an organism that thinks through immortality loses its own sense of identity, fundamental identity, because we do associate our identity with being human. And I think Gino is really good at challenging this. Does it make any sense? We have a lot to talk about. I'm fascinated with this. Why do we do this? And so why would I want to achieve this kind of immortality on my own? So I'm actually very much in love with my life partner and husband. So when I thought about doing something like this, like taking my own cells and making them immortal, it made perfect sense to do it with my life partner. So I invited him into the project. He's an immunologist, so it's sort of like, and we've been together for long enough that it was not something like, what? And he said yes, but of course he's an immunologist, so the cells that he chose to immortalize are cells from the immune system. And this is very us, me and him, okay? It's about knowingly go through paths that we know are really gonna get us into, I'm not sure if it's dead ends, but it's existential crisis, maybe. So if we're doing this with white blood cells, which are cells from the immune system, what happens? Yes, we're doing it together. It's really, really romantic. We're going into the lab together, and he takes my cells and makes them into immortal cell lines, and I take his cells and make them into immortal cell lines, but they are immune cell lines, so they're made to distinguish self from non-self. And what do immune cells do when they know that they're facing a non-self? They attack. I'm not sure if attack is the right word, but they react, for sure. And more often than not, it causes death on both sides. And so the price for immortality is still the same, even within this project. The isolation, the loss, the impossibility of being together is present. And so the piece itself is a very long table with the cells as far away from the cell lines as far away from each other as possible. And the only moment that they can be together is on the virtual overlap of the two projections on top of the table. So this was the first project we did together. It was actually pretty good. He took care of all of the scientific part. I took care of all of the setup. We did the two together, but clearly in this project, I was in charge of creating the stage. He was in charge of making sure that all the steps in the lab were easy. And he still stores the cells in -80. Then we went together to see one of his heroes. So my husband did his PhD in Oxford, and he started his PhD on transplantation. So one of his heroes was a man called John van Rood. And John van Rood was a Dutch doctor who actually is the father of clinical transplantation. The reason why we have clinical transplantation today is because he came up with these great experiments in the 60s that would never be allowed to be done today. But in the 60s they were, where he would, to test out rejection and study the processes behind rejection, he would make little transplants of skin between colleagues in the lab. Now you know why it wouldn't be allowed today, yeah? But I'm very thankful that at that time it was. This meant that they could eventually, through years of research, identify the HLAs, which are molecules which are produced in our body, and allow tissue typing to be done, and so matching between organs and recipients done more efficiently, and less rejection happen, though rejection always happens. And he was telling us about these experiments, and when me and Luis came out of the presentation, as we were going to bed, it was not immediately after we left the room, but I remember specifically, I'm going into bed, he's taking his shirt off, getting into bed, we look at each other and say, why don't we do this between ourselves? And I cannot tell you who came up with the idea first. And I think it's telling for this work as well, okay? This is the moment where the scientist is as crazy as the artist. And we sort of recognize each other. For me, as an artist working on identity, this was absolutely fascinating, because for me, being together with the same person for over 20 years means that periodically I go into I'm not even sure what to, anxiety, maybe. I need to reaffirm my identity as me and not us. It's too much us. And so I am Marta. I am not just the spouse. And so, and I'm perfectly fine with him being Luis and not the spouse either. So this for me actually came out at a perfect moment when I really needed to do this, and I couldn't think of a better way than to literally reject him through my immune system, not through my mind, not through my emotions, not through anything that is dependent on my brain, but through my cells. What can be more me than the cells in my body? This is challenging as well, not necessarily true, but somehow in our brain it can be. And so we did it. If you ask Luis, he will tell you, actually this is like a very intense marriage pact, okay? He's a romantic guy. I am not. And so for him, and as an immunologist, it also makes sense, okay? So for him, the rejection is just a step on the way to the end product, which is the creation of antibodies that happen through the rejection. So while rejection happens in 1 month, you are creating in your body something that will always be present. And so in my body, there will always be antibodies that will remember and recognize Luis forever. And in his body, there will always be antibodies that will recognize me and remember me forever. Of course, you have some very severe practical implications here. We will never be able to be organ donors for each other, but the likelihood of that happening was very low anyway. So it was intense, but as you can see, it changed a little bit. So in this project, it's not just me taking care of the scene or the concept or exploring it. Luis is very actively building the concept of the art piece itself. And this was for me a very big breakthrough in our collaboration. Of course, this happened, it was a transplant. I still have the scars on my arm. You're very welcome to come and see it and touch it if you'd like. I'm okay with that. But it was a surgery that happened, and we exchanged pieces of skin, just like those little pieces of skin that were exchanged in the first experiments around transplantation. And that was only going to happen once. So how do you exhibit something like this? And for us, it was a matter of how do we allow the public to experience the exchange of skin. And so for this piece, you have a reasonably small table. The surgery was filmed, and basically you have the chance of sitting down in front of someone who's also a member of the audience. It can be your partner or not. And the way you see the surgery happening is on your own arm. So you're invited to put your arm there so that you can see all the gory details of the surgery happening. It's not really that gory, okay? It's not like open heart surgery, but it is a little bit bloody. And it does give you the sense that something is happening on your arm. Your eyes can really, really deceive your mind, which is really, really interesting. Also, there's a documentary film made by a professional filmmaker, and she was really good at doing a dual video where you have my perspective and Luis's perspective, and they start off in very different points in the narrative. He's a scientist, and I'm an artist. And they slowly come together into making Anti-Marta, which is the name of the project that we did together this time. We have at least one more project that is going to happen. So as soon as we finished Anti-Marta, I decided, okay, we have reached immortality together. We have rejected each other literally, and through that, made a commitment for life. The next stage is tolerance. If you lived with an immunologist, you would know. The next stage is tolerance. And for a few years, Luis kept saying, that is impossible. And for a few years, I kept asking, why don't we do tolerance? And this is what we're starting right now. And what we're starting is actually conceptually me working on him to ask, okay, I'm not saying tolerance literally. I don't want to stop rejecting you or anything like that. But under which circumstances could tolerance happen? And just making this question is fundamental for things to open up, okay? Because most of us think of tolerance as something that is or is not. Very few of us think that tolerance is something that needs conditions. We're always asking to be tolerant. We're always asking for tolerance. Very few times do we actually think of, okay, but tolerance means that you're compromising. And compromising means you lose something again. So for tolerance to happen, what are you willing to give up on? And actually for cell tolerance to happen, between me and Luis, you need to give up on everything. No immune system can exist between each other if we want our cells to coexist at all. So how much are you willing to trade for something like tolerance to exist? And is tolerance the objective that you want to achieve? So this is how I work. I wanted also to just briefly mention what I do, or the small connection that I have with oceans. I do a summer school at Cultivamos Cultura every year in July. And a constant experiment that we do there is actually Biology 101, which is sea urchin fertilization. And it's one of the most mind-blowing experiences that you can have. So Cultivamos Cultura I've already introduced to you. This was this year's summer school. And what we do very early in the morning, on one of the days of the summer school, is go to the ocean. And we go and get sea urchins. And we do a lot of things at the seaside, but it's sort of it's comparable probably to the visit that you did to the salt plains this morning. You find things that you don't expect to find just by going somewhere and looking, watching. Observing is a really, really interesting tool. And people find things on the Atlantic coast, which is this case, that you don't notice most of the time, even if you lived here all your life. And so we go and search for sea urchins, and everybody tries to find them and get them with as little damage as possible, because what we really want is to seduce them into ejaculation. So it's not good if they're hurt. We find other organisms while we're at it, and there's always a lot of fun to be had by the sea. And we go for a swim. We make drawings with the sea. And we listen to the puddles. We listen to the ocean. It depends on whoever is at the summer school. We do different things in the sea. We just walk around, which is kind of fun. We wobble because it's not easy to walk on those stones. It's slippery. This is like it's 6 in the morning or something like that. So everybody's very sleepy. Then we pack everything up. We bring the sea urchins into our barn. We create nice environment for them to be in while we are working with them. We put them in there, and then we dance them into ejaculation. So the first challenge we do with the sea urchins, so for those of you who don't know, sea urchins are triggered into ejaculation through the waves in the sea. So what I tell everybody, that the first tip that they need to do is, okay, think you're a wave. Can you convince them into coming? It's difficult. It's really, really difficult. But we have playlists. We have moves. There's a whole, we've done this, I think, more than almost 10 times. So there is a history of moves. Every group that comes every year, they think they know what's going to work. I think I've only managed to once to actually get them into ejaculation. And you have to also think that, or understand that we're doing it at the wrong time of the year, okay? So they would ejaculate in March, April, May. July they're done. This is summer. I'm on holidays, no more kids. So we have to do it chemically. Once everybody has gone through their system and tried their best into making them come, I take the hard job of chemically inducing them into ejaculation. The thing is, you never know what's going to happen. We always bring around between 8 and 10 sea urchins from the puddles. This is an area of Portugal where most people have eaten all of the sea urchins, so actually our objective is also to repopulate the area. So we want to make as many babies as we can, and we want to bring them back. I don't know if it's working or not. We always find more sea urchins, but I'm kind of hopeful that we're contributing in some way. So we only find out what is their sex after they ejaculate. You actually know by the color of the ejaculate. So we don't know if we can bring 10 girls and that's it, and there's no babies. Or we can bring 10 male and that's it, there's no babies either. So we go between 8 and 10 because we think that there's a chance that at least one of them will be opposite sex. But there's also 2 different species in our coast, and though they can fertilize each other's eggs, they don't evolve. Yeah, so they don't develop. And so there's always a risk that no babies are going to come out. This year, actually, no babies came out, mostly because they were apparently different species, and so after a certain point in their development, they just all died, which was heartbreaking for us. The summer school's theme was actually elements of care, so we were very, very focused on caring for these. You can see actually sea urchins, the oocytes, the eggs, you can see with the naked eye, it looks like a dust, and you can see there that there's no magnification, and you can see the little dust, and each little dust particle is one egg. And then you can see the first cell divisions of new organisms, which is the most mind-blowing thing. So yes, we do see the sperm, and yes, we do see the egg separately, but we do see also the first moment when new life is formed. And we try to follow that through as much as possible. So the co-parenting issue is we bring the sea urchins that we brought the next day because they've done their job, and now we can put them back in the ocean where they'll be happy. We bring most of the fertilized eggs back with them, but we keep a few to try and see how far along we can follow their growth, and we can actually see a lot. So I wonder if I can, where is my show you? I don't know. The first time we did this was one of the major surprises that I had, because I didn't think I could keep them for 5 days or 7 days after fertilization. But I managed through a lot of sleepless nights. Basically, I need to make sure that the water that they're in has enough oxygen, has enough food, doesn't have too many parasites there that can eat them. So it is about cleaning and making sure that they're happy. But we managed to get them all the way to stage 7, basically the stage before they become a sea urchin. And they look like Eiffel Tower, which is very, very cool. I had no idea. And I really like how they float. They're really, really beautiful. So this is what I do with the ocean. That's basically it. I'm fascinated, and thank you.
Always so emotional after hearing Marta. So what you're going to have to do now is like run for dinner. Otherwise it will not be there. I'm not joking. Actually, we are super late with dinner, and we've actually moved the next sessions kind of quarter of an hour to half an hour late, but actually because of the queues and everything with dinner, we kind of need to go there now and grab it. And also people downstairs have been waiting for us, but I'm sure they'll understand we had a few kind of delays. So go for it, and we'll see you back here if you can manage, 8:15, 8:30.
code probably. Yeah. Okay, I haven't been sent anything that I'm aware of. Check. No. Where did you send it? Okay. Okay, I don't have that. Yeah. No. I imagine they're not super cheap. Yeah, sure. For the brainstorm, no, what's it called? Satellite rendezvous. Okay, I imagine you're going to be. Yeah, I imagine maybe here, talking on a microphone to the people on the screen and sharing the microphone here, right? Because this camera, that's what that is. Nothing. They don't need anything. If they can hear this only, that's enough. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello. This is the audio that will be heard by the people on the Zoom call. They won't see me. They will see what's at the back of the wall there because that's what they see off the laptop. So they'll see Rui right now. But they'll hear me. Let's not overcomplicate this. Yeah, no, leave it. Just this is fine. If they can hear this, that's good enough. I'm sending it to this PC. Okay. How can we test if it's getting it properly? Without me sending it back, right? Sure. Because what I need to do then is I will call. Okay. This is Zoom. It'd be nice someone to call outside, wouldn't it? That would be, yeah. Actually, you know what?
som. 1, 2, som. Som. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Yeah, that is really loud and
Okay.
distorted. Too loud.
It's too loud. Still too
That's
loud.
better. Yeah, that's good. Perfect, perfect.
Hello. Hello.
Will you say some more? Yes.
Hello. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello.
Yeah, that sounds good. Can you
No
hear me
noise?
okay through the
Is there?
speakers? No noise.
Can you repeat again?
I said there's no noise.
There's no noise. Okay.
No noise. Are you hearing me through the PA system?
All right. Is it done?
I don't know. Are you hearing me through the PA system?
Sorry. Can you repeat again?
Are you hearing me through the PA system?
Something about PA system.
Can you hear me? Is my
Yes,
question.
perfectly.
Now you can hear me out of the big speakers.
Do you want to, Bruno, take you off from the mix speakers?
Yeah, if Bruno can put me on the main speakers, that would be good.
You're on the main speaker.
Great.
And we
I
can
can't
hear you
myself.
very,
And
very
I can
well.
hear you I can hear you very, very well. So that side of things is perfect.
Yeah, sound is perfect.
Okay, that's great. Now we're going to test the other one, but then we can figure out if we can change the Zoom numbers back to what they were. But the actual audio setup, we think we've got the mix minus feed working. Is that a thumbs up from Bruno? Bruno, are we happy with the sound?
Bruno? Is heading in your way because he doesn't understand what you are asking.
Okay, so he can't hear me properly is the problem.
No, he can hear you.
Okay, so my question is just is he happy?
Are you happy, Bruno? Bruno is very happy.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so let's do the same thing with the other Zoom laptop. rest of it on Zoom too. For
Don't see Tom yet.
No.
Give him a call in case he hasn't seen your message. Don't see Tom.
No.
Give him a call in case he hasn't seen your message.
Did you want me to test Zoom too or not?
Can you hear me, guys, still? Shuba, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but Tom says
Yeah.
he can't connect. He's getting the same error as before.
Right. He's got the new link, has he?
You found one that...
Yeah, the one that ends 71910346889.
34689, yes.
Yeah.
Oh dear, what's going on now? Really?
They may have reached capacity. I don't know if they've got...
Let me just
Let me in, Ravi.
I'm just contacting them. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, Ravi is contacting them. Ravi and I are in.
Okay. Well, I can give you my talk if you want. I mean, the slides speak for themselves. It's just ridiculous.
You know, I couldn't get your slides. I couldn't download.
I'm sure they'll find a way. Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll hang on. Hang in there, Tom.
Okay.
So it's the link the most recent link I sent.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
Tom.
the same one, the one that worked for you and me.
Yeah. Strange. Don't know what's going on. I think they had some general problem that deleted their links or something, but I don't know the details.
Hello, Ravi. It's Andrew here. Can you hear me at all? Zoom 2.
Do you have a recent version of Zoom?
Hello, Ravi. Can you hear me at all? Hello? Can everybody hear me okay? What needs to happen?
Anyway, Ravi's got them looking into the problem.
I hope they are. Hi, Michaela.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Hello, Shuba. Huge
Hi,
apologies
Michaela.
for this delay and technical
But it's
issues.
okay. Don't worry about it, Michaela. The main problem is the second speaker is...
Yes, he can't seem to be able to join. And this is why I just tested that I could come in.
Yeah.
So
Works
it
for you
seems
as well,
fine.
Tom is actually on the phone just now with Shuba, so he can probably hear you.
Yeah.
Tom, is it worth you trying to reset your Zoom or anything?
I tried to restart it with Zoom account, and that's not...
No,
Hello.
so hi, Tom.
Can you hear me on the Zoom call, Michaela?
Yes, I can. Yes, it's
And
all
Ravi,
fine.
can you hear me on the Zoom call?
Yeah, I can hear you, W. Yeah.
Oh, hello, Ravi. It's Andrew here. I'm speaking from the stage. I just wanted to make sure that we could do this and that you could hear me and that you could hear yourself, and that's all perfect.
Yeah.
We can hear you. The only problem is Tom is still not on the call, unfortunately.
Fantastic.
For some reason, Tom can't join.
That sounds like...
There's no noise, and his audio is not perfect, but it's okay. Audio from Andrew is not perfect, but it's okay.
Okay, can I please ask if Michaela disconnects from the Zoom call, then we won't get the echo in here. Ravi, if you could ask your colleague, please, is it Tom, to restart Zoom by clicking on the link. Are you disconnected yet, Michaela?
Tom, did you hear that?
I will disconnect.
They're proposing you turn off your Zoom and then just click on the link again.
Turn off the Zoom, click on the link again, and the new link, obviously, but that should fix the problem.
Did you get that, Tom?
Turn it off, turn it on, re-click the link?
No, just turn Zoom off completely.
Switch Zoom off, yep.
And then click on the link. Then Zoom should come alive. Still says not valid. You turned the Zoom off before you clicked on the link, right?
I did indeed, yes.
I mean, one scenario could be, Tom, if you wanted to email me your slides and then use one of the call-in numbers for Zoom. I don't know, Andrew, if you can share a call-in number, like a phone-in number, could that work? And I could click through the slides for Tom?
I will check with the tech team. Jake?
Yeah.
But
Are
his
you
file
able
is
to
very big.
please find a phone-in number for that Zoom? He's going to try and phone in because the Zoom link for some reason just will not work.
Can you send the link, the slides to Ravi, Tom?
Yeah, I can try that.
And where are we phoning from so that we give you the correct local number?
UK,
UK, fine, no problem.
Devon, Plymouth.
I would ask just if it's possible to shut down Zoom completely on that laptop or that computer and just click that link one more time and see if we have any joy, because that would be wonderful if we could make it work like that.
Or the other option, maybe, Tom, if you're able to join by your phone or something, I don't know, maybe that's another option, or from an iPad.
I can try clicking the link on my phone and see if that works.
Yeah.
Okay, but they would like you to try once again to turn Zoom off and then try that new link again. One more time. Works from the phone?
Yeah, it's working on my phone.
Uh-huh. Then how can you get your slides?
Tom, I haven't seen you join the call, though. If it is working from your phone, I can't see you at this end.
No, can I? You're not showing up here.
Oh, you're there now. You're appearing, at least.
Yeah,
Oh, there you are.
yeah.
Great. So at least we've got you.
I think
So
we've had
issue
some
now is your
success.
slides.
Right, so it's not working on my laptop, but it is working on my phone.
Okay.
Okay.
So now I just need to get the slides directly.
Yeah. Are you able to do that?
Yeah, I'll put them on a Google Drive folder, and then hopefully you can get it from there.
Yeah. What are the chances you can put that link into the chat, do you think?
If it,
or shall I?
Yeah, if it uploads, I should be able to share
Yeah.
through there.
Okay. Because I'm also not on my normal laptop, actually. I'm on one. It would be a little fiddle to transfer it across from my other computer. So.
Shall I turn the phone off then? Tom did turn it off. Okay.
Tom, if you're open on your laptop on the same Zoom account as the Zoom account that's open on your phone, you should just be able to switch from one to the other with a button press.
I should.
Okay.
But technology...
Easier said than done.
Technology and me don't always go hand in hand. I don't think it wants... no. Yeah, it doesn't want me to.
Okay, I have one final question for you, Tom. Can you please turn your phone on its side, and then we'll go with that. And it looks great and it sounds great.
All right, I'll put it there on my laptop.
Okay.
You've got the talks on the Google Drive?
It's uploading now. It's taking a few minutes, but it'll be done in...
Okay, so by the time we come to... Are you going after Shuba then?
No, he is
I'll go.
asking you, David.
Okay, so hopefully by the time I finish mine, it will be there, and I'll try and make that work. And if it doesn't, then perhaps we can just switch the order in the meantime. I don't know whether you want to try a restart on your whole laptop in the meantime, or no, that won't work because you're doing the upload.
We're looking good and sounding good. We should probably just go if you get the slides in time. Ravi, Michaela is here. Do you want to?
Am I introducing?
I think that's a lovely idea.
Ravi, are you good or?
I'm good to go. Yeah, Tom is still uploading slides that I will then click through once it comes to his turn. But we'll just have to improvise as we go. I'm sure we'll work it out.
Great. It's all very relaxed in here, and as you can see, sort of like it's going to get even more into experimental mode in the next few days. So it's great to have you with us.
Improv is the key.
It's wonderful to see you, and thank you so much for bringing your colleagues from the Plymouth Marine Laboratory. We are just so excited about seeing, and particularly this kind of ocean color and stuff. There's some incredible topics coming up. I think you're going to find them super exciting. But to begin with, I'm super grateful for Ravi for being here. Well, for all kinds of reasons. There's there's a whole list of things I could actually mention, because there's been in the last few days so many introductions, so many wonderful things, and also Sitara is with us, who is sitting coyly in the background, but she's actually Ravi's daughter, and they, as a family, have been part of MTF for a long time, and there were all 5 of them at MTF Stockholm when we did Sparks for the kids, and Sitara was only 15 at the time. All of them were participating, and it was really lovely to have them. But far more than that, there's work that Ravi is doing on the junction between science and the arts. He was actually once part of Nesta in the UK, and he's got his own company that does wonderful work which uses space data, and also works in collaboration with marine biologists and oceanographers, and I am really looking, but there's so many projects. I will let Ravi talk you through them, and I think you'll find them really inspiring. And then we will continue with a couple of wonderful colleagues and experienced oceanographers from the Plymouth Marine Laboratory. So round of applause for Ravi.
Thank you very much, Michaela. So hopefully you can all hear me okay. Apologies in advance that my voice is slightly going, so I'll try and get through this as best I can. I promise it's not COVID because I've already had it, so I think it's just one of the many flus that are going around right now. So I'm actually only going to take up a very little amount of your time. I want to sort of clear the way for our 2 wonderful colleagues from the Plymouth Marine Laboratory who are with us, Shubha and Tom, who are genuine scientists and deeply knowledgeable about space data, and in particular with respect to observing the oceans. So what I'm going to do very quickly is race us through a quick sort of 101 on what is satellite Earth observation data. What does it do? How does it work? What can we see with it? But before I get into that, I just wanted to give a little précis of my own perspective on MTF and everything you guys are doing there. And of course, as Michaela said, it's an entity, an organization that we've admired from afar for quite a long time, and had the great fortune to join you all 3 years ago in Stockholm. For me, the idea of combining art, science, and ways of articulating nature through a marriage of multiple media has been something in my sort of blood since I was a child. It's something I've tried to experiment with and find ways of doing since I was very young. And as a teenager, I began to realize there was a sort of movement emerging, which decades later has manifested in entities like MTF Labs. For me, it was reading books like Douglas Adams's Dirk Gently, where, of course, there's a character who has made a whole business out of converting natural phenomena into music and finding ways of developing software to do that. Now we can do that for real, of course, and many of you there are doing that routinely every day. What strikes me, though, is there's one whole area of data, fundamentally important data about the natural world, that is still a little bit hard to reach for a lot of people, and that is, of course, the data we get from satellites. And there's been a huge sea change in the last few years to democratize access to space technologies. There are all sorts of open data programs that make it a lot easier than it used to be. But for many people, it's still a question of knowing where to start. We have huge swathes of data being downloaded from hundreds, approaching thousands of satellites every day. And knowing where to start is half the problem. So what I'm hoping will happen in the next half an hour is you'll hear from two scientists who can start to help with that process of navigating your way through. But as I say, I just want to do a quick sort of 101 myself on what is Earth observation. So I'm just going to share my screen. Give me a moment. Apparently I can't share my screen, so W, you may need to give me access. Let me know when that's possible. I still can't share at the moment. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, looks like we're good to go. So just going to rattle you through a few images and general thoughts on this, this whole topic. So Michaela mentioned, as a company, my current venture is Imperative Space, which is an entity that spends a lot of time trying to work out the best ways to communicate with new audiences and non-technical audiences about space data and about the capabilities of space technology to help with problems right here on Earth. And we do that partly through data visualization, but also through education and through a whole gamut of multidisciplinary innovation, including bringing in people from the arts and from music as well. But the context of what's happening in the space sector is a huge growth spurt, as it were. And this slide just gives a little bit of an insight into that. I think Tom has a more up-to-date version of this he'll show us later on. But this is just a quick sample of some of the many, many new satellite missions that are recently or have recently or will soon enter orbit. And these are just the ones relating to the European Space Agency. You hear about large constellations of satellites like those from SpaceX and others. Many of those are to do with telecoms and not so much to do with looking at the Earth. But the sheer number of smaller satellites that are now emerging into what we call low Earth orbit, so quite close to the planet, is also increasing exponentially. And part of the result of that is that we're getting a much wider array of types of data. And by data, we mean everything from imagery to numerical data that can be put onto a map to understand changes that are happening in the planet. And the European Space Agency in particular has an initiative called the Climate Change Initiative. And this is just a handful of some of the parameters that are routinely being monitored every day, with terabytes of data being added to the database on a regular basis. And the so-called Sentinel satellites that are funded partly by the European Commission have revolutionized the position even further, because all of their data is entirely open and free to use for anybody, from businesses to governments for educational purposes and beyond. And that is creating an opportunity to now generate time series and look at the combinations of data in a way that is simply unprecedented and allows us to becoming something very accessible and very democratized. But we also need to remember that people do go into space still. We do have people in orbit on the International Space Station, and that perspective they have of the Earth and the photographs they take also gives us another set of viewpoints and also usable data about changes that are happening in the Earth. Whether it's observing large structural changes, let's say in coral reefs or in mangroves, or getting what's often called the overview effect of just seeing how the vast interconnectedness of all the Earth systems manifest from that perspective. This is just a quick slide from a film that we made 10, 12 years ago, which really did that in a extensive way by emulating Yuri Gagarin's first view of the Earth by using a current astronaut in the ISS to take video from the same trajectories as he saw 50 years earlier. And of course, one of the things about having astronauts in space is that you can ask them to do things that help enhance that connection with young people in particular, but the wider public more broadly, by taking photos of specific things, by observing changes in particular ways in particular areas. And we were very lucky that Richard Garriott, one of the private astronauts from a few years ago, was able to do that for us. And of course, Tim Peake famously took hundreds of incredibly powerful photographs, all accumulated in this fantastic book. But there's also education. There is an incredible thirst of knowledge now, thirst for knowledge emerging from all quarters for the detail of how do you observe the Earth? What is it that you can actually measure, and in what way? And we've played a part in trying to help with that knowledge exchange through so-called MOOCs, massive open online courses. If anybody amongst all of you is interested in knowing that next level of depth, you can visit imperativemoocs.com. It's an entirely free platform which we've created to share some of this knowledge from some of the world's leading experts, including Shubha and Tom, who are involved in some of our courses. And it goes on. The amount of data is vast. But of course, the data from space also needs to be corroborated by what's measured from ground. And so often you have what's called data fusion, which is bringing together data sources from a whole plethora of in situ observations, as well as the space data, to get even greater depth of insight. And I'm sure Tom and Shubha will talk more about that in a moment. And this is particularly pertinent in areas such as the humanitarian sphere. The World Bank in particular are looking closely at how to make better use of Earth observation data for sustainable development and humanitarian purposes. And of course, the availability of all this data is now making it possible for wider communities of hackers, of makers, and so on to all now play their part in accessing what previously was quite literally very, very remote. So what do you see? Well, here's just a quick handful of the kinds of images. And remember, of course, that Earth observation satellite data is not just about pictures. It's about an incredible array of numerical data that can be mapped to give even greater insights. But of course, the images taken at different wavelengths themselves provide powerful opportunities to really see change in incredible detail, but also at vast scale. Satellites give us an opportunity to see things globally as well as locally. We have instruments on board some of these satellites that can have extremely small resolutions, that can resolve very, very small details on the ground, but also have huge swaths that allow very large parts of the Earth to be revisited by the same satellite over and over again daily. Now, this is a sort of quick image of some agricultural land, and you start to get a feel for just how much detail starts to become apparent. An image like this will be many thousands of pixels in dimension. And so once you zoom into that, there's an awful lot you can learn. And then, of course, in a sustainable development context, you need to know where resources are and where resources are under strain. And that's particularly pertinent, of course, when you start to think about coastal regions and connecting with the event that you guys are all part of. The oceans, of course, are critical to that too. And there is really so much you can observe about the oceans from space, and Shubha and Tom will talk about that shortly. And just to finish on this general overview, to mention again how this concept of bringing different data together is crucially important and opens up even greater insights in how we understand the rate and the scale of change that is happening in the world right now. So then this brings us all back to art and to music and the opportunity to collaborate and innovate that you're all involved in right now. And I think we'll all be incredibly aware that the need to find new ways, constantly find new ways to connect with audiences about the detail of climate change and the impacts on people's real lives is ever more urgent. And as we run up towards COP, I think one thing you all, I'm sure, have in the back of your minds is the potential utilitarian value of some of the outcomes that may emerge from your collaborations this week. And with that in mind, I just wanted to quickly mention a new project that we ourselves are shortly going to be announcing, and wanted to give a heads up here, having spoken with Michaela about it, because I think there may be an opportunity for some overlap and synergy, forgive me for using that word, between MTF Labs and this new project called RTO. So RTO, EO here meaning Earth observation, that's the collective name used for observing the Earth from satellites, is a loose name that we've been using for a number of years to bring together a number of projects we've done intermittently to support artists and musicians and others who are interested in working with Earth observation data. And we are planning to formalize that now and launch a new website and a showcase and an opportunity to work in a closer way with artists who want to utilize this data and need some guidance in finding what's right for them and to talk to the relevant experts. Now, we had hoped to be announcing a showcase at COP. In all honesty, it's a little bit up in the air because of the ever-changing logistical position and COVID position with COP26 right now, but we will be making further announcements later this month, one way or the other, and there will be further follow-up. So if anybody's interested in that, there's an email address right there if you want to get in contact with us. If you could just put RTO in the subject line of your email, drop us a note and we'll be really happy to talk. Just as a little quick flavor to finish on of two ideas of projects at two ends of the spectrum that may sort of seed some thinking. These two guys, Lawrence Osborne on the left and Peter Chennai on the right, not so young as they are in that picture now, this was some years ago, but they had an incredible insight a few years back to make use of climate change data in a very direct way to create some instruments that they then used in a composition. So what they've got in their hands there are bells that were cast in the Whitechapel Bell Factory using bell curves from temperature data from different points across the 20th century, which effectively represent climate change through those bell curves over a 100-year period. And they took specific periods, they used the profiles of those bell curves to create 3D models, which they then used to create these bells. And then Lawrence turned that into a composition, which was then performed by a chamber group from the LSO. And that then generated a whole plethora of other projects which we were involved in supporting, where other musicians, other composers responded to what they had achieved with their bells, but also with other data interpretation work, and that created a whole sort of movement around it. So that's just one idea there. And at the other end of the spectrum, this is something that Shuba just introduced to me recently, not directly to do with music, but to do with Shuba's topic for later, which is ocean color, which is itself a scientific parameter, not just a visual concept. And this is a ceramicist who's been using that data, that satellite data, in a very direct way to produce some beautiful sculptural ceramic works. So just two very vague ideas, many, many more I could talk about, but I hope that sort of seeds some thinking going forward. So sorry for that incredibly fast whistle-stop tour. If you want to get in touch, that's my details. It'd be great to hear from you. And I hope the rest of the week goes well. And hello to Sithara in the room there. Hope it's all going great for you. And I'm going to hand over now to Tom, but we're going to have to improvise a little bit because Tom's Zoom was not working so great.
I sorted it.
You've sorted it, great. So over to you, Tom, and I'll let you pick up with a bit more detail on the ocean data. So I shall now unshare my screen. Over to you.
Okay, I needed to be allowed to share first.
Is that something I need to do, Andrew?
Ravi, you're the host. You can make Tom the host.
Ah, right. I need a reminder on how to enable that.
If you go to participants.
Oh, yeah, got it. Multiple participants. Off we go.
And then
Tom?
click on more on Tom's name.
Tom, you should be able to do it now. Is that working?
Got it.
Great.
All right. So just to check that get the right screen. Hopefully everyone's seen the big one, not the presenter screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to give a brief overview of some of the things we can see from oceanic remote sensing. It's, as with all these sorts of talks, a little bit of a whistle-stop tour. Hopefully you'll see some pretty images and maybe have a little insight into how we monitor the Earth system. And then at the end, obviously, we can have some open discussion. So, yeah, I work at Plymouth Marine Laboratory along with Shuba, and have spent, I don't know, at least the last 8 years working on some of this satellite data for climate applications. Yeah, that's a little bit about me. I'm on Twitter if you want to contact me there. Otherwise, emails through the channels that are already have been set up within this group, that's fine as well. EO remote sensing, pretty much all of it obviously relies on detecting some part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Some of the sensors are focused in the visible range, such as ocean color. Some of them are more focused on the microwave or the infrared. And actually, for a lot of the time, we end up using multiple sections of this. So even when we're considering the visible data for the ocean color, we might use data in the infrared to help screen out clouds or things that we aren't necessarily interested in. And so the first example of things we can see, this is an animation of sea surface temperature mapped from a combination of sensors. And hopefully you can see there's some warming in the North Atlantic here in the Mediterranean as we move into the late summer. You can see western boundary currents, so these very strong currents along the west coast of continents, which act to transfer heat northwards. You can see cool areas off the west coast of continents, which give that's the cold upwelling waters. And you can see equatorial features as well here, some strong currents. And all of this is mapped out continuously over, we've got now over 20 years of data monitored by satellites for the sea surface temperature. And it's, I mean, beyond working from a climate perspective, sometimes you can just get lost watching these animations. They're really quite beautiful in their own right. The next one, so another thing that we can measure, is the height of the sea. So we use altimetry measurements. What you do when you get a map of altimetry and the sea surface height, you can start to also map out where the currents in the ocean will be. And that's what this map here shows. So you've got strong currents around the equator. You can see some strong currents in the Southern Ocean here, which is a very dynamic region. And again, these strong currents, the Gulf Stream here in the North Atlantic and the Kuroshio off Japan. Moving into SAR data, so this is information on surface roughness. And there's a number of things that you can derive once you have this data, but actually the images themselves are very interesting. And you can see features such as these large internal waves. So just to give you some scale, this image is about 400 kilometers across, and this is a large atoll. And you can see these internal waves here moving across the South China Sea. On the right, this tiny bright speck here is a ship, and then the dark streak that's dispersing after it is due to oil. So here, the oil on the surface of the ocean changes the roughness. You get a slick, and that's what you're seeing here as a dark feature. Another thing that's obviously of interest for discussion in times like these with COP26 coming up is sea ice. There are a number of different sensors that can detect and map sea ice. In the bottom right here, you can see an optical image. So this is from an ocean color sensor, but also the altimeters and some of the other sensors can give us information on the thickness of sea ice, as well as just it's obviously from the image in the bottom right here, you can see where it is, but you can't tell how thick it is. Whereas some of the other sensors, you have penetrating information, and you can look at the actual sea ice thickness. You can also identify features such as icebergs or leads in the ice, and start to map those over time as well. A relatively new addition in terms of the variables that we can map from space is salinity. And this is quite a tricky one to measure, but basically the principle is that the salinity of the water changes its emissivity, and we can detect that signal from the satellite sensors. So here you can obviously see there's a huge freshwater plume coming out of the Amazon, which is quite clear. And again, also some of these cooler upwelling waters off the coast as well. You can see are lower salinity compared to the very warm waters in the center of these, what we call gyres in the oceans. And then moving on to ocean color. So ocean color is the particular remote sensing topic that both Shuba and I specialize in. So with ocean color, unlike a number of the other sensors, such as sea surface temperature or salinity, where you're looking really at the very surface skim of the ocean, ocean color can look a little deeper into the waters. So sometimes you might be getting a signal from the top 10 meters of the ocean. Sometimes you might be getting a signal from even down to 50, 60, or slightly deeper. And in this beautiful image that's showing some waters near the Falkland Islands, you can see there's a large amount of green, which is from phytoplankton. So these are the tiny single-celled plants that are responsible for about half of the photosynthesis on a global scale. And some of those algae also form little shells, and that's what's causing the white in this image. It's from a group of algae called coccolithophores. And they obviously highlight the ocean currents as they are transported, as they kind of just float around. Yeah, images like this you could almost see as paintings. They're really very, very beautiful. But I think Shuba will probably show more of this later. So then, from those ocean color images, we can generate maps like this or time series like this. And this really lets us watch the ocean breathe. So these bright features in the northern and southern hemisphere that you see pulsing is effectively a huge bloom of life. Whereas the centers, these darker colors in the middle of the oceans, are basically like deserts. And there's very, very low amounts of biomass. And so now we have about, again, the ocean color record goes back to about 1997, so we're approaching 25 years of data, and we can start to look at whether there's any significant trends. As the equivalent on land would be things like changes in forest cover or desertification and these sorts of things. So we can really look at the processes going on in the fundamental biology of the oceans. And Ravi talked about access to data, and he was right. There's a lot of data. The raw data coming in from all of these various satellites is petabytes in size. It's enormous, and that can be quite hard to access for some users. It's, you know, if you want a single picture, that's okay. If you want to do something meaningful, you have to access data in a more structured manner. And one of the good places to start is climate data records. So that's this CCI initiative has created climate data records, which are relatively user-friendly. There's a lot of standardization that's gone into it. There's been a lot of work done on making sure that the data is of top quality, is reliable, and is therefore usable in climate science. As an example, the Ocean Color CCI has now produced global 1 kilometer files. So that's what this image is showing here. But even that, a single daily image on the full grid is about 597 megapixels. So it's a large image if you wanted to try and view it. I tried to put it in terms of 4K TV screens just out of curiosity, and it worked out being about 72. So it's a big wall if you wanted a visual full-scale image of this. But we've got this data hosted in a way that you can slice out sections that you want or areas that you're interested in and start to perform time series analysis and these sorts of things. So rather than the petabytes, the 1 kilometer global data is about 54 terabytes, but we can access that in much smaller chunks now. That's pretty much it for my summary. So it was a very quick touch on just all the different things, or a number of different things that we can view from remote sensing. I'm happy to answer any and all questions on any of those topics. But otherwise, in the interest of time, especially because I think we're running a little late this evening, I will hand over to Shuba, who will go into a bit more detail about the beauty and joys of ocean color.
Thank you, Tom. Could you please make Shiva the host now, and since you have the baton currently? Go to participants, select Shiva.
I'm not the host. I'm not the host, but everyone can share screen. So I think
Okay, well
Shiva's
done.
fine to share.
I don't know how that happened, but that's exactly what we were after.
Can you see anything? Can you see my screen?
Yep, we can see it, Shiva, yep.
Sorry,
Sorry, yes, we can. Thank you.
There we are. Okay. Hi, everyone, and thank you for staying so late to hear us talk about what holds us in its thrall. And in fact, it is ocean color. It certainly has that effect on me. And from a scientist's point of view, I hope I can take a few minutes of your time to explain why it is so. So, ocean color, or our fascination with the color of the ocean, is not new. In fact, over the centuries, the color of the ocean has inspired poets, artists, geographers, sailors, fishermen, and explorers, among others. Some of these images I have are watercolors painted by Sir Alister Hardy, who was a famous biological oceanographer. But artists and painters have been able to capture the changing color of the water with stunning effect over the centuries. And the color of the water does change with what is in it. And here I have some examples of watercolor by Winslow Homer, an American watercolor artist. Now, we can do this from satellites. We can observe changes in the color of the water from satellites. And here are some stunning examples. And to my eye, they rival what the artists create. Nature always has the ability to surprise us by its beauty. But why do we do this from a scientist's point of view? A lot of it has to do with the fact that color is linked to life on our planet. Let us look, for example, at these three images. The left one shows us a picture of a forest on land. We are all familiar with that. Some of you may have seen forests of seaweed, notably kelp, in coastal areas. And they are green. And we instinctively relate green color with life, and especially plant life. But when we turn to the oceans, it begins to get a bit puzzling. In the open ocean, where are the forests? We see the blue ocean, and we may be misled into believing that there are no forests in the ocean. And that would be a mistake, because there are forests. The reason we don't see them very readily is that they are made up of microscopic plants that we collectively refer to as phytoplankton. Here is an example of one phytoplankton type that you can find in the ocean. And the interesting thing about them is that they have all the functionalities of plants on land. They contain pigments that they use to absorb sunlight, and they can do photosynthesis with the absorbed light. In fact, there are thousands of varieties or species of phytoplankton in the ocean, and they are absolutely beautiful if you can look at them under a microscope. If you ever get a chance, don't pass by that opportunity, because they are magnificent little creatures. In fact, their very beauty have inspired artists. There is a group of phytoplankton. There are thousands of species of this particular group in the ocean, called the diatoms. What's special about them is that they have an outer shell made of almost pure glass, silica. And I've learned that Victorian ladies used to be fascinated by these little objects, and they used to arrange them in patterns to admire their beauty. I believe that this art form had died out until just the other day I learned that there is at least one living artist, Klaus Kemp in the UK, who collects diatoms and creates these magnificent microscopic slides using the shells, the glass shells of diatoms. So they are beautiful. There are a huge biodiversity of them in the oceans, but we can't see them because they are so tiny. If you look at them in close quarters with your naked eye, you need a microscope. Just to give you an idea of how small we are talking, if you look at a tall tree, and then you look at the smallest of the phytoplankton in the ocean, these minute organisms in the sea are about 100 million times smaller than the tallest trees. So close up, we cannot see them. But the interesting thing about phytoplankton is that if you pull away from the surface of the ocean, say into space, and you look at the ocean from a distance, then you begin to see these swirls and patterns of distribution of phytoplankton in the ocean, because their collective impact is huge. And this is what the modern day satellites are designed to observe. Here is an animation of the ESA satellites capturing ocean color using a spectral radiometer that is looking at the ocean at different wavelengths in the visible domain. And you see that where there are large quantities of phytoplankton, the satellite picks up that information. And you saw some more examples of these beautiful images that satellite makes in Tom's picture. So they are beautiful, they are tiny, they are observable, but are they important? It turns out that indeed they are very important. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, tiny as they are, they perform all the functions of plants and trees on land. They absorb solar energy, they do photosynthesis, and they convert carbon dioxide in the ocean into organic material. So this is the basic food source for all life in the ocean. And if you look at the amount of the amount of carbon fixed by phytoplankton, it's of the order of 50 gigatons of carbon per annum spread out over the whole ocean. And this is comparable to the net primary production of photosynthesis on land. We are all aware of the importance of the rainforests or even every single tree on land because of their function in taking up carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. But not many people realize that these little organisms, these phytoplankton, also perform the same function for us over the oceans. So that make them important players in the global carbon cycle. In fact, now it is recognized that if to understand our climate, we have to monitor phytoplankton, ideally through ocean color, over very long time scales using systematic and sustained methods. And they are now in a list of essential climate variables that we have to observe on a routine basis at the global scale. So let me leave you with this image of primary production in the ocean observed using satellites. And with satellites giving us these pictures on an almost daily basis, it may be quick to see that this is our only way of observing the vastness of the ocean, in fact, 2/3 of our planet, in a continuous and systematic manner. And let me stop there so that we can discuss more about what might interest you, either from what you knew before or what you have learned today. And I thank you very much, and let me stop this. Thank you. And let me stop sharing, I think, if I can.
Perfect.
There we are.
Thank you so much. There's so much in there that we can make use of. I know you can't see me. It's Andrew Dubber talking. I'm the director of MTF Labs. Michaela is right here as well. But what I wanted to do while I have you there is to see if anybody in the room has any questions or anything that they would like to comment on. And I think probably rather than them shout it to me and then me repeat it, if they were to run up to the microphone and say hi, or just come to the front and I can hand the microphone over. Is there anybody who wants to be the first on this? Nobody wants to be first. That's the problem.
Can you hear it?
I can tell you what Robertina is saying. So Robertina is somebody who goes and puts microphones into the ocean and measures things from right up close. And she wants to know the difference between measurements from afar. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, which is to bring you the microphone, because I'm not going to do your question any justice, because I am not the oceanographer in this conversation. This is Robertina Shebianic.
Hello. So it was really lovely to listen to all of your presentations. So for me, it's just very interesting always when I see these remote sensing techniques. What is the difference between when you are like really doing this remote sensing or being in the field, and how can you correlate these two different variations of data? Make sense?
Will I take this one?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So I think one of the things we always try and emphasize is the importance of the in situ data. All of the work that we do with remote sensing data has to be validated against in situ measurements. And there are some extremely valuable time series in places like Hawaii and Bermuda, where they have gone out and taken measurements for 70, 80 years, where it's really, really rigorously done, and we can use that as a measure of how well we can detect things with the satellites. But what the in situ measurements can't do is give us the global coverage and the global view. And you need both things. You have to have the in situ measurements to validate, and then the satellites to give you the big picture. But I should state, especially when we come to this climate change initiative data, all of this, there's been a huge amount of work to validate it against in situ measurements. And also a lot of the satellite data comes with some estimate of the uncertainty in that product as well.
Shuba, did you want to say anything, Shuba? Because
I could add to that, Robertina. One other thing that I could add to what Tom said is that the oceans are extremely complex. So there are so many things that we know how to measure directly from the field that we cannot measure from a satellite. So we do need observations from the field to give us a more complete picture. For example, the satellites only look at a surface layer of the ocean, and the oceans go down in the deeper parts to thousands of meters. So if we want to know what's happening below the surface, we need things in the water. It can be ships, it can be automatic, remotely controlled vehicles. It can be installations at the bottom of the sea, or it can be a ship that takes you there and you put some instruments down, collect your samples and make observations. But we need all of those to be able to understand the oceans.
Andrew, if I could just chip in as well from a sort of non-scientist perspective. I mean, I'm not an oceanographer, but I've been around this data for quite a long time and excited by it. And I mean, first of all, can I just say thank you to Shuba and Tom for those two fantastic talks. I could personally listen to Shuba talking all night, and those images are really, really, really beautiful. I think one thing Shuba said, which I think is really kind of arresting, even for me after so many years of knowing about all of this, is that ocean color, Shuba, correct me if this is not quite the right thing to say, but it's almost as if it's become a science, a truly global science, a science in a new way in the satellite era. It couldn't exist in its current form without satellites. And it's that realization that there are certain things that satellites do that nothing else can do, which I think is quite powerful. And also then to realize that those incredibly beautiful images that Shuba just showed us of those structures in the ocean, those biological structures, those huge masses of phytoplankton swirling in the currents, they are incredibly small organisms, as was just pointed out, yet we can see them at scale from hundreds of miles above the Earth. And that view then tells us more about what's happening within the Earth system than we would know just by measuring at the surface level. So I think that's an important thing to just keep in mind, is that yes, satellite data absolutely generally needs to be highly corroborated, but often it's also providing something unique. And it gives you a sense of the fragility and the vulnerability and the beauty all at once of those parts of the system that are under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, Ravi. I think I'm old enough to have witnessed the ocean color revolution when it happened. And it's not an exaggeration to call it a revolution. Before that, all you could do was take a ship out into the sea, then stop the ship, launch your instruments, and then collect samples, which could take a couple of hours, then steam to the next station, stop, collect. And if you were out at sea for about 2 weeks, you came back with, I don't know, 100 or 200 data points. then you analyzed them in the lab, then you sat down and plotted each one of those numbers and drew a graph, and then you said, phytoplankton was more here or less there. So if you haven't lived through that experience, it might be just impossible to imagine what a revelation it was when we all saw the first ocean color image in all its glory, in so much detail, so much of movement. You could see the Gulf Stream by looking at the phytoplankton. It was an amazing moment. And you are right, it is a global science. It is a new field. As sciences go, it is still new. So yeah, it is a revolutionary time.
Margarida, please. Hello, my name is Margarida, and I have a question. Maybe it starts from a rumor, but a researcher from Durham University, Elizabeth Johnson, that works on the labor conditions of non-humans on the molecular scale, she once told me that there are studies done with phytoplankton color changes that are being used for military AI predictive systems studies. Also thinking of how to understand the application of this data for security projects. Do you have information regarding this matter?
Interesting. The military have always been interested in, well, if not ocean color, specifically, they've certainly been interested from a long time with light underwater, which is intimately related to ocean color as well. The reason for that is simple. The light penetration in the water and how much light is available at any given time affects visibility underwater. So if you are a naval strategist and you want to think about underwater defense or attack mechanisms, you want to be able to know, can you or if you are a scuba diver or a submarine, how well can you hide it from the enemy? Or if you are under threat, how fast can you detect the enemy visually? So they've always been interested in light underwater. So no, that I don't think it is just a rumor. The military applications of most of these satellite devices are quite strong. If you take the currents, for example, if they are navigating, but that is not just military, the commercial ships also. If they want to navigate, they would like to know where the currents are, how fast they are going, can they exploit them or should they avoid them? So oceanography in general is of great interest to the Navy.
Well, thank you. Any further questions? This was really, really interesting. If not, I thank you so much for this session. It's a complete eye-opener, I think, for everybody, and I think they need to process some of this over the next few days. But we thank you so much also for your patience for staying with us so late. And we hope that we can also reconnect and perhaps we can follow up on some of the engagement here that has happened.
Absolutely. And if there are questions or any wish to contact us, Tom has given some information. You can also contact us either through Revi or through Sitara.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm sure that everybody is going to be very, very happy to do that. So a round of applause. This is a wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure for us. I wish we could see you.
I don't know if you can do you? I think Andrew is trying to fix. Are you trying to fix it? You can. He will send photographs. He says he's got photographs of people's reactions.
Thank you so much. Sorry we can't see you.
Yeah, it is a shame. I think they were trying to work it both ways somehow.
we can see both us and you. I'm not sure why it can't work the other way around, but no. Trust me, he says. Okay, he will send photos and footage. But thank you so much, and we will definitely reconnect. It's been a great pleasure.
Thank you. And good luck with the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So we've had at least about a dozen people from around the world actually queuing up in the satellite room. And there's people from Toronto, Chicago, Rio. Do we have anyone from Mexico City? And also, sort of Latvia must be so late for them. See, we're trying to cater for the whole planet, and it becomes a bit of a challenge. Some people having to stay up. Oh, actually, I take this off. I keep forgetting to take my mask off. Am I going to call out individual names to introduce themselves and stuff? I guess that's probably the wise way to do it. Can they see us as well? Right. Well, look at that. Yes, we do also have Mexico City. Excellent. Look at that. Amazing. So, can they hear us? Can you hear us?
It's a little echoey, but we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it does sound a bit. I mean, I can hear the echo. Right. Okay. All right. Okay. So now, is it better? Less echoey? No, I can still hear the echo.
If everybody who's in the Zoom call could wear headphones, that would be super, super helpful. I should have mentioned it earlier, but if you don't, just to have the volume down a little bit.
We'll make do. So, if you can hear us, let's start with a round of applause for all of our satellites. It's fantastic to connect with you guys and girls, of course, and any other types. Let me see. I'm going to try and call out your names, and maybe you can introduce yourselves and sort of tell us a little bit about your work, or sort of the projects you're into, or sort of, I suppose, first of all, which university or which research unit you're from. I can hear the echo. So let me just try and read.
For me, it's
a lot of
echo.
Yeah, there's still the echo. Are we running somewhere that?
Probably the simplest thing is if everybody who is not talking mutes, that might solve the problem.
But they are muted. Look.
Everybody? I don't know. Eduardo, are you muted?
A lot of echo.
Animesh is trying to connect.
Animesh is connected.
They are under the water, I think.
And Marcus is laughing now, look.
From underwater.
It's total improv, guys.
Hi, Vanya.
Total improv.
Nice to meet you.
So, who should we start with? I will just kind of read.
You're from Mexico?
Yeah, Eduardo, you're there?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, we're from the Mexico City satellite.
Eduardo, can we hear it? Eduardo, a bit louder? And Marcus is laughing now. It's total improv, guys. Total improv. What is this? So, who should we start with? I will just kind of read.
You're from Mexico?
Yeah, Eduardo.
Okay,
you're there?
somebody has the live stream open on
Yeah,
their
but I
laptop.
there's a lot of echo.
Somebody has the live stream open on their...
Get Eduardo to mute. Eduardo, can you mute? This is so comical. Eduardo, can you mute? Mute? Press the mute button, Eduardo. I will just kind of read.
You're from Mexico?
Yeah, Eduardo.
Okay, somebody has the live stream open on
Yeah,
their
but I can. There's a lot of Oh, it's my.
Host, can you mute Eduardo, please? You can mute him.
It's my. Okay.
Huh? That's better now. Have we solved it? Are we there? Any more echo? We're good? We're good. Excellent. Okay, do you know what? Let's start with... It's a Zoom disaster territory today. So, tell me when they can hear me. You know, I'm on the front line here. And so I'm having to yeah, and I can just kind of do that. So, can they hear me now? Can they hear me now? They were hearing me fine, and now they can't hear me. Do you believe this? How difficult can it be to have a sudden Zoom call?
Stand by.
So, hello? Are we good, or? Oh my God, I can't believe it. We're just going to do a chat session. It's the Zoom witch.
Yeah. No, it's
so why could they hear me before and now they can't hear me? We'll be there with you. One, two, three. Can they hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thankfully. It's the Zoom witch today, I can tell you. Everything with Zoom went wrong today. Can't believe it. After 2 years of living on Zoom, I mean, you just cannot believe it. So, I tell you what, I'm going to start with someone who was with us last year. Actually, I can see two people who were with us last year. So, Vanya and Minerva, who would like to go first? Tell us a little bit about how you are and what you've been up to. There was an amazing project, an amazing collaboration that happened last year with you guys in Mexico City. So please tell us a bit. Who's going to start? Vanya? Go for it. Can you unmute and let's see if we can hear you fine.
Hi, Michaela. I'm going to start.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. That's why Vanya was saying like you, but we don't know where is the body, no? What is our house now? We are a little bit lost, but it's we are here very happy to share again this experience. It's really a pity that we cannot be one in front of the other, but I think we are going to enjoy it a lot as we do it last year. And we have been doing a lot of projects as separate and individual artists, but also as groups. And this invitation makes us really a joy and our heart full of emotion to talk and to create together. No, to kind of go further of the boundaries and feel that we are in the same planet at the end. So, and this planet, it's more water than earth. So the theme, I think, is really interesting to touch it. Here in Mexico in the beginning, it was a city who was built on water. That's a long story, and we are not so near from the sea. We have a lot of nostalgia of the sea. The experience with the sea are very different for us, but the water calls us. No, we are water at the end. So in this Satélite Mexico, we are going to be this year Marco Antonio Lara, Euridice Navarro, María Antonia González Valerio, Rob Madrid, Vania Fortuna, and me. So I'm very happy to be here. And well, we are a group of artists that work together since in Arte Más Ciencia since 10 years ago. It's a group of research and creation. And with Biocenica, who are also a group of artists who work with research, installation, performing arts, and laboratories and workshops. So we are really ready to share with you some ideas. We have been who are in the water, not in the air. And I don't know, I have a little presentation, but I think it's better to talk a little bit more, and maybe we can share a little bit of those ideas. We work on those days just to talk about the body experience. So even if the theme it's the water, we think that the most important now it's the body, no, in a care sense, in a creative sense, in a community sense. So we want to invent a fictional, like a book, fictional trajectory of thinking the global warning. But what we want to do is to create some different dispositive artifacts, analogic or maybe digital. We are working a lot with analogic last year, so we want to take it again. It's like to came back home, no? To feel the material, to touch the sound, to feel the light, to have those experience as the body can have it. Before we were so immersed in a digital world. So we want to share those ideas about the fiction, about water, what happened with water, what we do with water, with the sea, and where we are going to throughout all, and why, and what is the meaning of all of that in a society in crisis, just as it is in this very moment. So we have some ideas, some videos, but I would like that Vania takes the idea, the line, the river of the flow of the conversation.
Please go ahead, Vania.
Hello, I'm Vania Fortuna. I'm a Mexico City-based vocal and sound artist. And for me, it's been like a real great experience to be part of this this event last year, which kind of led us to create, as Michela mentioned, a piece that could be built from a collaboration, a transatlantic collaboration, let's say, which was really interesting. So about the topic of this year, which is the sea, it was really interesting to us to think about the sea because first, Mexico City is a city that is not really near any sea. It's just like far away, maybe 5 or 4 hours to get to the shore, to any of those shores we got. So, but the thing is that this, as Minerva mentioned, this city has a total history with water. And it's because Mexico City was founded in the middle of a lake. And the first like societies that were building what we could call the ancestor of our city lived in the water. They even like learned how to do agriculture in the water, and all the life was guided by the flows of the water of this lake. So years went by, and many processes deal with the process of colonization and what that meant in terms of founding the city. We ended up living in a dried out lake. And somehow that is like kind of, I think that for me, water is about, it's the relation that the water has to the memory of what this city was founded in terms of, it looks like sometimes the inhabitants of the city forget that this place was a lake, but nature is always trying to make us remember. So there's been let's say like 3 or 4 great floods in this city, which is like kind of a strike from memory, like, hey, do you remember that this was a lake? And then every time that it rains, parts of the city have a great flooding. So for us, it was just like, how is the history of the city connected to the memory of the water that once was here, or that is still here, but in tubes, running in tubes below us? We don't even remember. But if you had been to Mexico City before, many of our main streets are the names of rivers that once were crossing that street, and that maybe the river still exists below the street that gave the name to the street. So it's just about, for me, water is about memory and about how the city was founded in the middle of this lake. But also, as Minerva mentioned, we were trying to evocate like this fiction about the consequences of global warming, and say like, what would it mean to us if for some season this was already flooded, like really flooded? What would mean to our lifestyle, to our existence as human beings or as a society, that this great flood already had occurred? So we were thinking about some analog devices that would make us feel the water and like evocate our own memories with water and with the sea also. So we thought about, for example, this, which would be a very simple thing to think. And when we had this, like our mom would say like, don't blow, but I would say to you, blow. And for me as a vocal artist, this is something that I work on to work on this air support and like training for singers. But this is also a really cool way to relate to water and the voice through air. And this changes the collocation of our voice resonances and our voice, and the sound of our voice, making this will change the collocation of your sound. So this is just an example of what we're thinking about, like this thing full of water, like the sensation of this, or this is a friend of mine, like what it feel like many of this, like we don't know. We're kind of like trying to trigger some experiences through water and objects in our own houses. So it's something, I will leave it there. And I'm really excited to get to know you and your projects. Thank you.
So this is incredible because we had a presentation from Anya Yermakova today, who actually delivered she actually did her PhD defense at Harvard from her bathtub. Are you still there, guys? Because I can't see them. So she did her PhD defense at Harvard from her bathtub because she's actually part of this ocean memory project where she was exploring the relationship between the body and the ocean and the body and the water. So I don't know if you've had the chance to see her speak earlier, or maybe it was too early in Mexico City, but actually there are some uncanny connections here in terms of your approach. Dabar, can I kind of get this mic kind of to stop falling on me? I have a dysfunctional mic. So, do any of you want to jump in at this point, sort of connect to these stories, or should I call out a name? Just unmute.
I can go ahead.
Hello, Marcus.
Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Excellent. I chose to follow that because it sounded very familiar to something I was just really listening to. So listening to Minerva and Vanya speak right now, it reminded me of a podcast I just literally listened to called The Field Guide to Water. And it was on a podcast called 99% Invisible. And I just thought it was just really interesting because I felt like I hadn't left the podcast right now. And the talk about water made me realize how much it is something that is constantly there, but sometimes it's absent in our mind. And I think that's what's interesting about this theme too, because in terms of, some of the projects that we're thinking of working on here in Toronto are related to biosignals, because we are in a lab that's related to that. And I thought that it was interesting in terms of like how we're using this kind of experience to reconnect ourselves with water, so to speak, or reconnect ourselves with nature. So I just really wanted to follow on that note. So maybe I should do the introduction now. Who I am. Hi, I'm Marcus. I'm a PhD student, third-year PhD student in the digital media program at York University, and I'm actually interested personally in artsy music, so this connection between architecture and music, and live coding. And I'll let the rest of my colleagues at York speak on behalf of this project, but we have this really exciting project that's related to biosignals. And I think one of the things I'm very interested in myself personally is this idea that I used to work with holography. So I like with analog holography, I should probably clarify that. Not digital holograms, but actually making holograms like copies of light, material recording of light. And I've always been interested in finding ways in which computational art can be like this premise for us to reconnect back with the analog, so to speak. So that's one of the interesting things I would say part of the work that we're going to be doing at our lab.
Wow.
I'm wondering who should go next after that.
Is there anybody else from York there?
We're all here, I think.
Okay, call out a guy from York or a girl from York.
I can
Kavi,
go
you want to
next.
go? All right.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. I think thanks for sharing a very beautiful story, Vanya and Minerva. I think it's it's great to see that we have very different ideas and interpretations, and it's really exciting also to meet and share our methodologies and processes. the way kind of, in my eyes, we approach water kind of within our project is using this biosensing equipment and tapping into the water that is inside our bodies. Like if you think about the body, like it's 60% is it's water within, and like there is a constant flow of blood that oxygenates our bodies. So we are using, we hope to kind of tap into this technology to salvage some of this activity that happens while we breathe and while our heart beats, and then create the network that also visualizes this data. So we've been working on some prototypes and also how to make this data accessible and ready to be translated into visual art installations. I'm really excited also to work with musicians. So part of our York satellite, but unfortunately is not here, Lucy. So she's a violinist and fiddle player. And each of us will kind of explore different aspects of this data sharing and creating this like an ocean of data that we can trickle into these unique installations and happenings and performances. Yeah, so I think I'll pass it to the next person.
Thank you for the links on chat. What we'll do is there is a shared Miro board, and what we'll do is make sure that everybody can access that link. So we'll copy it over onto the Miro. And it's nice actually, you know, like how the chat sort of from Zoom can disappear and stuff. So it's really nice to have it accessible later when people want to reference it. So Kavi, do you want to call out the next person?
Sure, I'll pass it to Rory.
Hi, I'm Rory Hoy. I'm also at York University. I'm in my second year of my PhD. A lot of my work deals with telematic music, so connecting at a distance and playing music together, which I feel is very appropriate for this transatlantic context. And also bringing in artificial life to human-computer collaboration for music. So I feel like there's a lot of definitely interesting ways that can play into our projects here. And I don't really have too much more to say for now. Maybe I'll pass it to Feliz.
It's really great to hear, Rory. We've actually done some experimentation on this front, and obviously it's a really tough challenge, so I'd be really interested to know how far you've got with it and what you managed to sort of do so far. Were you going to call out the next person, or?
Yeah, I was pointing to Feliz next.
Right, go for it.
Hi everyone, I'm Feliz. I'm also from York University. I'm currently doing my MA in digital media. As my colleagues mentioned, for this, the workshop that we're creating, we will be working with biofeedback data and data sharing and kind of playing around with water and crystals to kind of create some interesting visualizations at the same time, some kind of connectivity as well, human connectivity. So it's quite exciting to be part of such a great team, especially at York, and also being part of a bigger team connected to Portugal as well. I guess that's all I can say for now. I would like to pass it to Grace.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace Grotehouse, and I am a first-year student in the Digital Media PhD program. And my research is focused around environmental sensing and visualization. So in the past, that's looked at doing things like giving visual form to hydrophone recordings from the ocean through water pools, cymatics, similar to Feliz. visualizing the bioelectricity of plants, as well as air pollution.
Wow, amazing. Are there any more participants from York, or shall I call out another global site?
Yep, that's it from York, I think. Yep, that's it.
Great crew, thank you. I will, let's pass it over to Chicago. I see that Animesh is with us. Animesh, would you like to tell us a little bit about the IIT and the lab over there and the sort of stuff that you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Animesh Singh, and I'm a first-year PhD student at the Institute of Design, IIT Chicago. And I'm also a research assistant for the Action Lab here at ID, which is like the innovation lab at ID. And so like at Action Lab, we try to work on like the most pressing intraceable problems that requires like organizations and individuals to like work together, like including all different stakeholders and understanding it from like the people's perspective, like the problem. And like we do this by tapping into and like maximizing society's like creative power using participatory design processes to consider a systematic issue, including like all different sorts of systems in areas like cities, education, entrepreneurship, finance, food, healthcare, technology, etc. So presently we have like two projects that we are working on. So one is around like equitable healthcare, and another one is around equitable food systems. So both of these projects like pose a very complicated and complex problem, like how we can provide healthcare equally and like have that universal healthcare to like everyone in the United States, and like the same like how we can provide people with like food that is like the most basic necessity for everyone, but like making it more equitable and accessible to everyone. So these are the two projects that the Action Lab is working right now, and we have a few other projects that we are looking into and like how we can actually move ahead with them. But like joining me here, I have Meghna and Simone, and they'll be able to like give you more idea about their individual projects.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hi everyone. I'm Meghna and I'm working with my colleague Simone. We are both first-year students at IIT, where we are studying the Masters of Design program, the MDes. The project that we were interested in, that we're looking at, is improving the socio-cultural environment of community parks in Chicago. Looking at it more from a equity standpoint, looking at the natural resources and how inequitably they are currently distributed, and what are the factors of wellness that we are looking at in the usage of parks. It's a project that we're working on currently for one of our existing classes during our course. So we're looking at systems and systems theory, and we thought it would be interesting to look at it with a larger group and get different perspectives on this subject. And my background personally is I'm an architect. I have worked in India on architectural projects, and now I'm collaborating with Simone on this.
Amazing.
Yeah, and
Amazing.
Simone can share.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see system design really being pushed to the fore, and also sort of social questions being really addressed kind of at this level. I mean, it's very complex, of course. Yes. You know, really, really impressive, and it will be very interesting to hear more about it. Is there another colleague of yours?
Yes, my colleague Simone. Yeah.
Hi, I'll give a short introduction since Meghna so skillfully said everything. I'm Simone Fogg. I work with Meghna in student design. We're both first years. Both of our interested in social design. I really got into it to hopefully build equity in communities. And so, as she said, our project nowadays is usually focusing on public services as a whole and their relationship with wellness, trying to build, also look at that from an equity lens. So my background is on strategic and graphic design, hoping to bring that to a social design world.
Wonderful. Actually, may I suggest, because there are some wonderful topics and there are different themes that are being presented, and you should all have access to the Miro board. And if you want to initiate your topic, or you want to post some links in the Miro board, or basically ask some questions and things like that, there will be people here in the room, I'm sure, who will be really eager to engage with those. So we can already start some conversations. So obviously we're having brainstorming sessions tomorrow. There are several rounds of provocations. There will be, of course, some social issues raised along the way and some systemic issues, I'm sure, which can also connect to your topic. But it would be really great if you post something on there and we can already start sort of drawing up some connections. Let me see. Marcus, did you speak? Marcus Gordon?
Yes.
Marcus, you spoke already, so sorry, I didn't want to miss anyone. So I think we can go to Rio, right? We haven't heard from Eduardo yet. Eduardo, you can unmute yourself now.
Okay.
Go for
it. Let me introduce myself. Eduardo Valente Lardvalle. I'm from the Lab Atelier Cymatics. I work with, as you notice, with cymatics in different materials, since the sound affects the matter affects the sound. So I made a lot of experiments in cymatics with different materials. So one of them, of course, it's water, it's liquids, and from that we have some live cinema presentations with the sound input made by live by musicians, and also VJs, distorting the images and projecting them as a live presentation of 30 minutes. And I have also a lot of experiments with the sound recorded. For example, I just sent to you the record that I made in one of the oceanic beaches here in Rio. And then I take the sound from it, and then I made an input with very low tech. I work with sometimes with very low tech, with old speakers. Sometimes I found these speakers that people are throwing away and giving, because the sound speakers now changed a lot. So I still use wires. It's very funny because we have all this technology, this low tech available still here in Rio. So that's the thing about the live cinema, the record. And also I invited, I have what I call experiment sessions, that it's about art and participation. So I ask the participants to choose his sound or his music, and then I put him to choose materials to make what I call the vibrational paintings. So they have, this dynamic also that works with water, natural pigments, and, the canvas. So the vibration of the sound make the canvas, and they are invited to do that. But yeah, of course, it's very interesting, to work with cymatics and water. A lot of nice patterns, a lot of, nice figures. You can mix, colors, and then you have the vibrations, and then you can also project and distort, like with VJs and with the different, programs. So it's very cool, to be participating in that. And here we are close to the ocean, and as as Minerva said, we have the same problems here. We are not Dutch. We are not in Holland. We have this called siltation process that, people put, land in the place of the river. So simply destroy the river. But we have a lot of that in the cities of Brazil, that also in Mexico, as I can notice now. So, Michaela, thank you very much, for participating. I'll not, extend a lot because we have another participation. So, thank you very much, and
yeah, you're so welcome. And from what I understand, you were also a professor of cinema, and so basically so what I understand is this research into cymatics and stuff is also connected to the filming and
yeah. Yeah, I was connected to the School of Cinema here in Rio called Darcy Ribeiro, and there I gave the course Cinema in the Expanded Field, making a reference to Rosalind Krauss. The cinema in the expanded field is like cinema outside. I have a little things of free in time, like free in narrative. So it can be live, it can be in a lot of places, in a lot of things going on. So it's just to open the minds of the students, because they were like very, very into cinema industry. So I make them, shake a little bit.
Yeah, I can imagine. So there's so many connections, because our collaborators from Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México in Mexico City, who are present here, they are also into movie making, but also in very artistic ways, and also they are a multidisciplinary group. So they enter the sort of the medium with philosophy and from other kind of perspectives. So that will be interesting for you. But also, we also have on Wednesday night, if you look at the program, and there's a guy from Israel called Mordecai Brownstein, who's done a huge amount with cymatics, and also worked with children with special needs, who really experience the world in completely new ways through the vibration. So, I mean, there are several different themes that you can connect with, and we really look forward to. So, basically, if you maybe you pop some of your interests and some of the links and some of those wonderful kind of things that we talked about on the Miro board, and maybe people can build upon it. Does anybody have any? Wow, everybody kind of looks, wow, they had a whole day of super intense kind of presentations and inspirations, and they're kind of, they look like they need kind of some sort of, they put their brains on standby at the moment. Does anybody have any initial comments? Right. I think they've absorbed huge amounts today. Were you guys able to kind of follow any of the presentations? I know that the day starts obviously much later for most of you. Were you able to see some? Yeah. So tomorrow we have brainstorming sessions, and obviously we don't expect you to get up at 4 in the morning, even though that has happened before. We've had some of our Mexican collaborators get up at 4 in the morning so they could do brainstorming sessions. I don't even know how your brain works at that point. But we have brainstorming sessions between, they start at 11 our time, but of course you're welcome to join us later. Because we will continue through the day, and they will go on until 7 o'clock our time. So please plug in when you can, when the time allows, or when you wake up, or when you don't have other lessons or things that you need to attend to. But it would be great to actually get your input into the discussion. So it's fantastic to meet you. And I hope you can hang out with us for the next few days, and I hope that you can also forge some really nice connections and collaborations. Can we have a round of applause for our satellites?
That's pretty cool.
Buenísimo, qué emocionante.
Super.